Yo, 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 what's going on? What's happening? What's popping? How we doing? How we feeling? Welcome back to the Waffle House. We officially reopened back in this thing. Grand reopening of the Waffle House. Pink and Cold bought Slutty Vegan back. So we gonna bring the Waffle House back around the same exact time. All the regulars, y'all know what time it is, man. Pull on up. Get ready to enjoy yourself. Make sure you let me know you're tapping in. Make sure to put your area code in the comment section so I know where everybody checking in, where you represent from. Also, if you want anything from the kitchen, let me know that as well. And I hope you enjoy this show. Again, it's been a minute, man, since we have done a live stream. I think it's been over a month since we've done one on the channel. And StreamYard has been doing a lot of changing. In their back end, the back end of the site, the live stream software looks brand new to me. It took some getting adjusted to. They've been making a lot of changes to their site, and 88% of this stuff, I don't know what in the world it does. So that's really not my forte. So it took me a little while to get adjusted. But I guess since they have been increasing their subscription prices on us quite a bit, I think when I first started this, my plan was about $25-$30 a month. Now it's $50 a month. You know what I mean? It's pretty much almost the price of cable per month. So I guess they figure, if we're going to give them that big of an increase, we should give them a few more features, which I assume why it looks so different. And I'm sure the features do some pretty cool stuff, but I'm just not the person to tell you what it is, or the person that can use it to its full capability. I'm really not a technical savvy type. That's really never been my thing. Maybe one day I'll familiarize myself with some of the stuff. It took me long enough how to figure out how to go live again. You know what I'm saying? I'm sitting here like, what the F? This stuff looks so different. It's not even familiar to me anymore. But it's good to be back, man. Good to be back. The NFL draft is almost here. We're what? Maybe about a little bit over 2 weeks away from the draft. And I can't wait for the draft. I'm really, really looking forward to it. Seeing what these Falcons are going to do. What kind of surprises they're going to have up their sleeve. I'm thinking they're probably going to get an edge rusher. And knowing the Falcons like I know the Falcons, they'll probably draft some slot receiver out of Picayune State because he ran a 4.19. Somebody nobody ever heard of because he's fast. He's a good leader. But that's the Falcons for you. Gonna love him regardless. But welcome in, man. Welcome in. Feels good to be back. The weather is changing. Before we get into Falcons football, man, y'all know, well, some of y'all may know, but I told y'all like months and months ago that I had got into hiking, last year around this time. Well, really around summertime, but it's springtime now. It's almost a year, right? What got me into it, right, is I was looking for I'm a big mushroom connoisseur. I ain't talking about to do no psychedelic, none of that stuff. Not for psychedelic reasons, but to eat them. I like eating mushrooms. I've always liked mushrooms since I was a kid. Mushrooms and pickles. Those are just two foods that I really, really like to eat. So last year, I started foraging for mushrooms. That's what got me into hiking. I went looking for some chanterelle mushrooms, and before I knew it, I was hiking, and I started enjoying it. So I stuck with it. But now we're leaving morel season. That's another type of mushroom, morels. And I've been going into the woods like the last month trying to find them. Have not been successful, and it's been so frustrating. Now, during my research, I learned, based on where I live in Georgia, it's very tough to find them in this region. I'm in the coastal plains, and for y'all people who are a lot smarter than me, and that's a lot of y'all that are a lot smarter than me, but there's this thing called the fall line. The fall line that goes through the state of Georgia. I'm south of the fall line. This specific mushroom, morel mushrooms, they traditionally grow north of the fall line. So let's just say to make it easier, I'm in middle Georgia, Macon, Warner Robins area. I'm south of Atlanta, of course, but the fall line is like the top northern part of Bibb County on up. So really, to be in an ideal place to find these mushrooms, you really need to be in Monroe County on up north. For South Georgia, you need to be Monroe County on up north. So I've been in the woods all month, for like the last month, trying to find these mushrooms, and then I came across this information. Well, they do kind of grow around here, but you're gonna have a tougher time finding them than you would like people that's like Cobb County, Gwinnett County, Paulding County, Dahlonega, up there near the mountains. They're very plentiful up there, but down here, coastal plains, we SOL. So I've been very disappointed. Now I've been telling myself, you know what? I'm going to go to High Falls State Park and I'm going to get me some mushrooms, but I hadn't had the time. I really hadn't had the time to make that drive up there. And I don't live too far from High Falls. I'm maybe about 50 minutes away from High Falls, but I really hadn't had the time to get up there. Needless to say, morel mushroom season is pretty much over in the state of Georgia. Very disappointed that I did not get any this year. So I'll be waiting for chanterelle season to start this summer. What we in? What's April? So the chanterelles will probably start June. They start when the summertime comes and it gets real hot and humid. They're summer mushrooms. They're very good. Very good. Luckily for me, I found out last year when I got into hiking, because I was in the woods like I said, I started hiking last year. I was in the woods all summer, getting beat up and eaten by mosquitoes and ticks and all that. Some real country boy stuff, right? And how about this? How about they grow in my backyard? Believe it or not, I very rarely go in my backyard. I very rarely go in my backyard. And I just happened to mosey back there. I said, well, damn, they grow a bunch of chanterelles right there. And I'm in these woods, but it's good because I picked up on hiking and I really enjoy it. But now I can go in my backyard this year and get some chanterelles and cook them. So I'm really looking forward to that season. But listen, if you like mushrooms, chanterelle mushrooms, they're very, very, very good. If you're a mushroom, some people love mushrooms, some people hate mushrooms. It's just one of them things. It's like avocados. I love avocados too. You know, I'm a avocado guy. But yeah, gonna be back on my hiking tip. Got me 2 hiking sticks. I need to go buy some shoes, probably some boots. I'm still an amateur hiker. But yeah, that's that's I've been trying to find morel mushrooms, and I haven't been able to find any. And I'm in some Facebook groups that specialize in mushroom hunting of foraging. That's the correct word. That specialize in mushroom foraging. And I've been reaching out to people like, hey man, like anybody got any morels for sale? You know, sell your boy some morels. No luck. People got their mushrooms and they ain't trying to share, they ain't trying to sell. None of that, you know. So it's been rough on your dog, man. But maybe next spring, I'll be better prepared for them. I can go further north. I'll make the time to go further north and find me some, you know. But I really had my heart set on those this year. But let's hop in the chat, man, and then we're gonna get the show on the road. Cool ass Dre is in the building. What's going on with you, Dre? Millie Mills is in the house. Says I'm happy as hell. Kirk about to ride the bitch. He's the backup. It is what it is. Hey, that's what it look like, bro. Like he gonna be riding the pie. I got my dog Cool C in the house. Repping that 770. Shout out to my dog Cool C. Always showing a bunch of love, Cool C. I hope you're doing good, man. Have a great weekend also, man. You know, hope you have a great weekend. Miss Lisa in the building as usual. Representing that 404 Atlanta GA in this thing. What's happening? What's going on, Lisa? Cool said, yeah, I was late, bro. I'm trying to figure out how to go live, man. It had changed the last time I've been live, man. It's not the same. Got Coach in the house. Coach said, Ty don't see me. Say, hey, I'm consistent, man. I'm consistent. If I get here early, y'all wouldn't know what to do. What's happening with you, Coach? Got my dog Ark in the house. That big 404 energy locking in. Click, clack. What's happening, Art? Miller says, Kirk do seem like the guy to be a disturbance during the season. He probably was doing football business when it was time for it. When the season starts, I think he'll be locked in and focused. Let's hope so. Let's hope he don't try to do no fetish style stuff, because it definitely look like he's going to be here to stay, at least for the immediate time being, unless somebody that may happen to get hurt. We're going to dig into that, you know, in just a moment also. Got my dog 3 Duddy in the house. Yo. What's happening, 3? What's going on? What's happening? Miller says, either way, his ass on the bench, and I'm happy AF about that. Lisa said, I want to get Cousins the heck out of Atlanta special. Let's ring the bell for that. It's been so long since I've been I had to go find the bell. I didn't know where the bell was at. You know, my goddaughter, she come over here sometime and she love the bell, and she'll be playing with it. And it took me like 20 minutes to find the bell. Like, what in the hell is the bell at? You know what I'm saying? It took me a minute to find the bell. All right, says, let me get a hash brown with mushrooms. Speaking of mushrooms. Onions, cheese, jalapenos, or some, and a peanut butter waffle and some orange grape. I got you, big dog. Hold up. I definitely got you, big dog. Definitely got you. Got our brother Antonio Henderson is in this thing. What's going on, Tonyo? Says, happy birthday to Mom. Oh, man, I appreciate that, man. I would definitely pass the word to her as well. Got off the phone with her about 2 hours ago. You know, had about a 30 minute conversation with her. Yeah, Mom Duke's birthday today. April 11th is her birthday. She told me that her sister took her out to lunch today. You know, they had a real good time. Asked if she enjoyed her birthday. She said she did. So thank you again very much, Antonio. Do appreciate that very, very much. Let's see what we have. Antonio says, y'all ready to see Kirk Cousins? Praise. Oh man, that's gonna be wild, isn't it? He gonna probably be taking some snaps. Kirk might try to say he hurt just so he don't have to take no snaps. Lisa says, you think the Aints get Shador now? Possibly. Possibly he might end up in New Orleans, and I would hate to start hating on him, but I'm built for it. I'm built to hate on anybody that plays for New Orleans. So if he end up down there with the Bagheads, I will be hating on him. Big time. Big time. And I like Shador, like Dion, so I hope it don't happen. But if it does, hey, it is what it is. We're going to have to just punch Shador in the mouth 2 times a year. Got an OG in the house, John Harris in the building. Representing the eye test. Y'all make sure to check out the eye test every Wednesday at 10 p.m. I'm normally on the panel. And if I'm not in the panel, I'm in the comments typing a bunch of crazy shit. What's going on, John? Just let me try that new. John, you always be typing the words you know I can't pronounce. Let me try that new Delmonica steak y'all got with potato chip, hash browns, and floor drop egg scrambled with a large Coca-Cola. Order up. Definitely got you, John. Definitely got you, John. Appreciate you coming in. All right, since I was last. Okay, you talking, Lisa? My bad. This is I don't want to see Kirk Cousins the Falcons. Again, I know I will, but I want to see it. I feel you on that. Definitely feel you on that. Lisa says I'm a pickle girl. Pickles every day. Yeah, man. I got some. I got some in the house right now. I keep it, y'all, pickles. If ain't nothing else I'm gonna have here, I'm gonna have me some pickles. I'm gonna have me some mushrooms. I like Kalamata olives also. I like olives as well. Ark says mushrooms really good for you. They really are, man. They got a lot of good properties. They are very good for you. Some people use them for forms of medicines. I use them to eat. You know what I'm saying? I know they got a lot of good stuff that they could do for you. Certain type of mushrooms. I had to talk to my younger sister about stuff like that. She's real big on like herbs and natural stuff that's really good for you. I'm just a greedy country boy. I just like to eat them. Antonio says you can grow your own mushrooms. Yes, you can. You can. I actually had a mushroom kit where I grew some oyster mushrooms, and it's real. It's very interesting to see them grow out that kit. Now some mushrooms they're hard to grow like that, like the morels, like the chanterelles, and that's why those type of mushrooms like that are such in high demand, because it's very, very difficult to cultivate those kind of mushrooms, which some people will call exotic mushrooms or gourmet mushrooms. But there are some that you can grow at home, like lion's mane. Sometimes I'll buy lion's mane, and my girl she'll make a lion's mane steak for me, and it's very, very good. But it's out of a mushroom. But yeah, I'm a big mushroom cat. Antonio says you can go to Forsyth County, look for mushrooms if you want to. It will be last mushroom. Yeah. I meant Forsyth, Georgia, but Forsyth County, they grew up there too. I think that's what, about maybe 45 minutes, I think, outside of Atlanta. But they grow both places, Forsyth County and the city of Forsyth. But you're right about gotta be careful of Forsyth County. Listen, I'm not going nowhere near Forsyth County. So they still in Forsyth County. Let's hope not, but they got Forsyth County got a reputation, man. That's where Oprah remember Oprah had that show? She had the clan on there, and I think they were from Forsyth County back in the day. Ark says avocado very good for y'all. So yeah, avocados are very, very good for you. I like to put them in my salad. Big avocado head, man. Yeah, true. Lisa, yeah, she just mentioned that Oprah episode. Yep. Lisa says, how do you cook your mushrooms, or do you eat them raw for your salads? Yeah, I'm typically gonna always cook them. Like I say, sometimes when I get lion's mane mushrooms, we'll make lime mane steak. If I get chanterelle, sometimes we'll fry them. Put some batter on them and fry them. Saute them with like some you can use any variations of season. garlic powder, whatever you want to use, onion powder, salt and pepper, and saute them and like put them in some pasta, put them in a salad, put them on a pizza. Sometimes I'll eat like some rice and some Beyond steak, and also put the mushrooms in there also. But my favorite way to probably eat them though is fried. I really like them fried. Put some batter on them and fry them. Man, that's good. That's very, very good. You got to get that batter right though. You got to get that batter right. If that batter don't come out right, just like some fried chicken, your mushrooms ain't gonna taste like you want them to. But man, I fry them up. Give me some hot sauce on them things. Man, you talking about some good eating. But yeah, fry them or saute them. Make them into a steak. It really depends on the type of mushrooms that I have at that point in time. Let's see here. T. Terry in the house says, what's up, Mr. Tyler? What's going on, T. Terry? Appreciate you coming in, man. Great to see you. Great to see you. We got Shawty Red on the track in the building. What's going on with you, Red? Says, what's up, Tyler? 404 in this thing. Southwest Atlanta, 2 strong. Ben Hill, Ben Real representing that 404. Shout out to the entire 404. In the house. We got our brother Tyreek in the building. What's going on with Tyreek? T. Terry says the Waffle House has changed, Tyler. Yeah, man. We've been we've been on hiatus. The Waffle House been closed. You know what I'm saying? We've been trying to get our license back open. The county don't like the fact that we the only Waffle House that serve wine, beer, and hard liquor. So they've been giving us a hard time. But we back in business. We are back in business. Got our brother ATL Joy the Faithful in the house. What's going on, ATL Joy the Faithful? What's happening, bro? Y'all make sure to check him out. Also here on YouTube as well. If you're not subscribed, make sure you do subscribe to our guy ATL Joy the Faithful in the house. Ark says the Aints can take Kirk off our hands. I don't see that trade happening. I don't see that one happening, man. When the last time Atlanta and New Orleans made a trade with each other, man? It's been a long time. I think it's fair to say. Lisa says, facts, Titus Shador becoming an Ain't. He getting booed. Yes, he getting booed. I'll start hating on him hard. I would hate to do that. I like Shador. I like Dion. But hey, if you put on that what's their colors, gold and black, and whatever that symbol that they get out of here. Big Ron Thomas in the house. Shout out to you, Ron. What's happening with you, man? Oh, got A1 Forever Sports in the building. What's going on, my guy A1? Y'all make sure to check out Tip here also on YouTube as well. Puts out a lot of great. I always have to catch myself because I be wanting to say Falcons content, but puts out a lot of great sports content in general. So if you're not subscribed, make sure that you do subscribe to his channel. Y'all talking that good talk right now. What Art says, same. I'm on herbs also, but I do eat a lot of mushrooms. Yeah, I'm a mushroom fanatic, bro. Speaking of herbs, man, my favorite store to go to buy herbs is Sevenata and Little 5 Points. Man, you get me a Sevenata, I'm gonna be in there for a good strong hour. And as you know, it's not a real big grocery store, but I'm gonna be in there for a good hour. They gonna get my whole wallet while I'm in there, man. I like going in there and man, you talking about a good hot bar. Man, a lot of people sleep on Sevenata, man. But man, their hot bar, especially if you get up there early enough, you catch that breakfast. Oh, boy, what you talking about, boy? Goodness gracious, man. Oh, and then they got all the good herbs in there too, man. You know what I'm saying? Whatever type of herbs you need, they're gonna have in there. If they don't have it, they can get it for you. I also sometimes when I'm on the West End, I'll go to Wadata. I'll go to Wadata sometimes. That's right across the street from Soul Vegetarian Restaurant. I don't go to Wadata often because I'm gonna be honest, they high. They high. But they got some good stuff in there. They got herbs in there too. But man, they be high in there, bro. So I normally just kick it. My stomping grounds, 7 out of little 5 points. I go and walk strip. You know what I'm saying? Go do some people watching. But yeah, check out 7 out of, man. That's my spot. That's my spot. Yeah, Lions main that shit, man. It is that it. But yeah, let me make sure that touch base with everybody. Uh, uh, Bodie, what's going on? So, what's the chance we can get San Francisco to trade for Kirk? I don't know. Do they have the cap space to absorb that salary for Kirk? I don't know if they have the cap space. I have to look and see what their cap space looks like. Red says life ain't worth a dime. Mushrooms got my mind. Remember that line from Natural Born Killers track. That's Dr. Dre and Ice Cube, right? Natural Born Killers. A1 says, man, Lions main is the it and CMOS. Yeah, CMOS too, bro. I need to give me some CMOS, man. I ain't had some CMOS in a good few months, but man, CMOS, they pretty much got all the essential minerals that your body need. I want to say, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's about 272 minerals, and CMOS got about 95% of those. So if you get you some good legit CMOS, man, take it on a consistent basis. Now you can't take it for 2 or 3 days and think you're gonna feel a difference or see a difference, but get on it for like a consistent week. Great anti-inflammatory. If you're trying to drop some weight, it aids in weight loss, and it just got all those minerals in there, and it just helps the body function a whole lot better. Especially if you like me, you be eating bull BS. You know what I'm saying? CMOS can definitely aid the body a great deal. I'm definitely a big proponent of CMOS. There's a guy in Macon, Georgia that I normally go and buy my CMOS from. He also makes CMOS lemonade too, soursop juice as well. Soursop is expensive, but that's some more good stuff as well. We got our brother James Holloway in the house. What's going on with you, James? What's happening? A1 says I'll eat avocado by itself. I will too. Definitely will too. Let's see. King Atlanta supporter. What's going on with the King? Long time no see, my friend. Changes is happening behind the scenes. Yes, it is. Definitely is. Appreciate you coming through, man. This is the AtlantaBirdGang special with future Super Bowl rings for the Falcons. Let's ring the bell for that. All right, so Wild Pot's been done remodeling. Yeah, we've been remodeling for a long time, man. Y'all know we hood and ratchet, so you know what I'm saying. Yeah, we done bypassed our reopening phase. But yeah, man, let's go ahead and get this thing started. T-Dub in the house. What's happening, T-Dub? Yes, soursop is very, very good for you, man. It has a lot of properties and a lot of good properties as well. Also, natural coconut juice, man. My first time eating like natural coconut juice, I guess technically it's drinking, but I went to Honduras for vacation, right? And we was like in the village, mingling with the locals. And Buddy had some coconuts, and he had a real big old machete too. And like, hey man, you want coconut? Like, why not? That's one thing about me. Whenever I'm on vacation out of town, I want to try the culture. Like when I go somewhere, I don't want to eat somewhere I can eat at home. So yeah, why not? Got that machete, crack that thing open, like, here, try it. Started drinking it. I was like, oh boy, what? I've been sleeping on coconuts. Man, that thing tasted so good and so pure. And again, it was in Honduras. Y'all know a lot of fruit. A lot of fruits that we eat here in America are imported for Honduras. They have the climate and the soil, to grow a lot of exotic fruit. I remember getting like mangoes off the tree, and it just tasted so much different than what we would traditionally get out of the stores. But yeah, definitely, man. I need to go back to Honduras, man. It's a beautiful country, very beautiful country. Getting off the plane and just seeing the mountains everywhere, Very beautiful country. Third world country now. Well, as soon as you get out the plane, you're gonna see a lot of little kids with choppers in their hand. But once you get over the culture shock, it is what it is. Like I said, third world country. But you gonna see a bunch of kids walking around with choppers. But I had a great time, man. Roatan, beautiful place. I forgot what ocean that is over there. I went to the ocean. What ocean is that? Indian Ocean, I think, is over there. But it's a beautiful country, man. Beautiful. It was very humbling for me. Very humbling. Had opportunity to see people. I want to term it correctly. Huts. They built huts out of clay. And these were some of the, like, it's a very poor country, but these were some of the happiest people that I've ever encountered in my life, man. I mean, just pure happiness. It's almost like they had not been, of course, they got things that they deal with in their country, but it's almost like they had not been poisoned by modern mainstream society, like a lot of us in like they say first world countries. But anyway, man, let's see. Lisa says, hold on. A1 says coconut water will always get my, yes, sir. A great water, man. Great water. It make you feel good too. Once you get through drinking it, and it gets down in your system too. Lisa says Honduras is where Left Eye was. She loved it there. Yeah. In fact, rest in peace to Miss Left Eye, Lisa Lopez. In fact, our tour guide took us to, again, rest in peace, to where her crash happened at. They have a I don't want to call it a monument, but it's marked off, where she passed away. And then we also went to it. And this is when Dr. Sebi was still living. They took us to Usher Village, and we got to see where her little, I forget what they call it in there, her little village was at. But she would come down there and she would draw on the walls, and they still had the drawings on the wall. None of the locals, they loved her down there. She was also building a school. They took us to see the school that she had started to build before she unfortunately passed away. But none of the locals down there call her Left Eye. They all call her Lisa. They have that accent, Lisa. Because I remember I asked the guys, like, man, how far are we from where Left Eye had to crash at? He's like, Left Eye? Oh, you mean Lisa? Like, yeah, Lisa. Oh, yeah, Lisa. He's like, not far, like 10, 11 miles. So went there. But yeah, man, yeah, slow. I guess we'll get to the Falcons. But we having a good conversation, man. Real good conversation. So let's go ahead and get to these birds, man. R.I.P. Dr. Sebi. Yes, R.I.P. Dr. Sebi. Oh yeah, I got a chance to see his house too, man. Dr. Sebi. Usher Village, that's another beautiful place. Saw Dr. Sebi house. He was still living during this time too. But he has a big, nice house, especially for Honduras. And it's like all glass. And the odd thing about it, he don't lock his doors. He don't lock his doors. You could walk right in there and talk to him if he's home at the time. And what else? They had like what you call it, hot springs. They got some natural hot springs there as well that we was able to enjoy. Now, I'm gonna say this. I guess after a while you get acclimated to it, but man, it was hot as hell down there too. But them hot springs, like my body, my skin, that stuff was just too hot for me, bro. Said I like, man, I'm putting my little toes in here, or whatever, but I can't put my whole body in there. They're like, no, man, you need to get your whole body in here and let the minerals of the water work wonders for you. I'm like, man, this shit hot, bro. Like, no, I can't do it. That stuff hot. But man, it's beautiful, man. It's very, very beautiful. That's another place that I really want to go back to. Do a lot for your soul. Do a lot for your spirit. That was a very spiritual retreat and I'm glad that I end up at least going there once. But yeah, we're gonna get to the Falcons, man. A lot of stuff been going on. Let me I'm gonna go ahead and drop this link for anybody that want to come up here. Just a second here. I'll put the link in the chat. So if you want to come up, just go ahead and click that link and I'll bring you up. But yeah, that was a great trip, man. Honduras was a great trip. And like I said, eating that food right off the tree, great. Oh, and man, like the food down there, man, don't people can cook, boy. That's the Caribbean. So you already know, boy, they could cook. Man, boy, man. Like if I had a bunch of money, I would get me a crib down there. For real. Them people can cook, man. Goodness gracious. I ain't gonna lie to you. I had, because the American dollar stretches a long way down there. So where we was living at, I was like, they had their own chefs. So I would, I like to eat, so I'm like, look, I appreciate the food that comes with what we've already paid for. But hey, ma'am, how much extra would it cost me to give to you to have you cook more stuff for me than what comes with the meal? And she's you can give me this and then just tell me what you want. So I like, all right, cool. I leave on this day. So I started doing that and she started cooking me extra food. You know what I'm saying? Then I told her, I said, look, I leave in 2 days. I go back home, get back on my flight to America in 2 days. I want you to make me this, and this, and this, and I'm gonna take back home with me. She said, oh, okay, I could do that. So she done made me a King's meal, right? You know what I'm saying? Like I'm King Tut or somebody. Boy, and I'm taking all that food back home to me. So I get to the airport, right? And how about they was tripping when I got to customs about the food. They're like, what is this? I'm like, man, it's food. What you think it is? No. Why are you bringing all this back? Because I'm gonna eat it, bro. What do you mean? No, you shouldn't bring all this stuff back with you. I'm like, why not? It's food, dog. But man, they held me up in customs for so long. They was, I guess, running like X-ray type stuff over my food. And at one point, one dude was like, no, he ain't gonna be able to bring that stuff back. I'm like, why? You know what I'm saying? So we going back and forth damn near an hour, man. And they finally let me leave with the food. But it was a major hassle. And this was years ago. What year this was? 2016. I don't know if they got any better or any worse at customs since then. But man, they gave me such a hard time bringing that food back. But needless to say, it is what it is, man. Give me just a moment here. So let's go ahead and get the show on the road, man. Start off and talk about the Atlanta Falcons hosting a pro day here, and we're gonna bring Red on the stage also. What's going on with you, Red? You there, Red? Damn, what did I do? Told y'all, man, they got all this stuff on here that I'm not used to. Hold on just a moment here. I gotta figure this out. I don't know what I done did, bro. Got James in the building also. What's going on, James?
What's going on? How you feeling, man?
Hey, I'm doing great. What about you, brother?
That Project Red, he probably he just can't speak right now because you can hear me right.
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Red, turn your mic on, man.
You there, Red?
Oh, I'm here. I'm here.
Got
Okay,
this
perfect.
man
I'm
twirling
here.
with his stuff on Waffle House night,
Hold
man. We
on.
could
Let me,
hear you the whole time.
Yeah,
yeah,
so
I'm here.
all right, so what's good, gentlemen? We're gonna go ahead and get this show on the road, man. we'll start off and talk about the Falcons hosting a local pro day that they announced. Some notable players that were in attendance were Malachi Starks from Georgia, Jalen Walker from Georgia, Jared Wilson from Georgia, Barrett Carter from Clemson, Kyle Kennard from South Carolina, and I hope I said his name right, Tyrion Ingram Dawkins from UGA. And so the Falcons just announced that they had a local pro day. So I want to ask y'all: do y'all think there is any chance that the Falcons would draft any of those players at all?
It's a
I'm
legit
hoping
chance.
uh, Jalen Jalen Walker it gets drafted, but I don't know, man. Without us trading up in that top 10, it might be a long shot. I'm trying to stay as realistic as possible, but if it ain't Jalen Walker, I'm gonna have to figure out another person that I might accept as that fit for that 15 pick. Malachi Starks, I keep telling folks we don't need no safety at 15th pick, so I'm probably out on him. I mean, it was another edge. Yeah, Terry. I know I'm looking like Malcolm X these days. Appreciate it, big dog. They said it was a tackle. There's some offensive linemen there. I'm definitely not on one of them guys with the 15th pick. So, like I say, I'm gonna have to do my homework. I'll be ready come draft night with all with my homework. But right now it's still Jalen Walker to me. I told y'all that weeks ago. I'm still on Jalen Walker. Michael Williams, maybe after him. And my sleeper pick right now is that dude from Tennessee, James Pierce Jr.
Yeah, I heard a lot of good stuff about him too. I really hadn't had a chance to look at his tape yet, which I do plan on doing pretty soon.
Mm, Yeah, James Fitzgerald Jr. He's a dog. He's a dog. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you just
Yep.
fine.
Okay. So yeah, James Fitzgerald Jr. is a dog. I'm on my boy from Marshall though. My boy from Marshall,
Mike Green.
Boy, y'all
and
love
Mike
that guy,
Green.
boy.
Mike Green, because for his size and what he did at the Senior Bowl, that really opened my eyes because he's a pretty good size defensive lineman, 248, 6'4". But the way he pushed that tackle and slung him like a rag doll, pretty much it like you can't go wrong with that pick. Atlanta this year can't go wrong with that pick at all at number 15. They right in the middle of everything. You just got one job to do at the end of the day. Just make that right pick for a change for us.
You know what, James? I'm
For a
glad you
change.
brought him up because that's one thing that I want to talk about because you know he got some background issues, and there was also a report that came out from Jeremy Fowler. He said he spoke to a lot of uh, insiders who said that the Falcons are definitely being linked to Mike Green. I want to ask y'all: do y'all think that this is the year the Falcons throw the infamous Falcons filter out the door and just go ahead and draft a talent guy?
Yeah, I think the pick gonna be on Mike Green. To be honest,
I say
I say,
same.
I say
I say the
it's gonna
same.
be an edge, and I'll tell you why. Because Arthur Blank said he want defense now, and only because Arthur Blank said I need some defense. That's why the pick is gonna be defensive. Just like last year when Arthur Blank was talking, I need my quarterback room to be, top notch. Well, we took care of that, and now he's saying I need my defense to be improved. Okay, well, you heard him, Terry. You heard what the man said. You heard what your daddy said. So stop being a bad little boy and do what you supposed to do before I go pull a switch off that tree and put you over my knee, which I'm probably gonna have to do anyway.
uh, it's very simple. The Falcons were last in sacks last year. Mike Green led the nation in sacks last year. Go get the guy to go get the quarterback. Very simple.
He
Don't
led the
overthink it.
nation 17
It's very,
with
very
17.
simple. Do not overthink it.
Yep, 17 sacks.
17 and a half.
If if Mike Green is the guy, I'm sure I'll talk myself into him. I probably be like, what? But because he's from Marshall. But I'm sure eventually I'll talk myself
You
into
got
him because it's a edge guy. For all I
you
know,
got you
I'll
got to
piss
throw that
two
out the
out.
window.
And then he
'Cause
turned out to be
what?
some perennial Pro Bowler, then y'all will be clowning me for the next 5 years. So, see, Red, you were dogging him out. So I ain't gonna dog him out too hard, man. But right now, I'm saying I prefer Jalen Walker over Mike Green.
That's your UGA
But if
fan.
Mike Green is the guy, then I'll accept it.
That's your UGA fandom, man. Yeah, like you gotta look past everything. If you sit and putting a blind stat
It ain't
without
no
a name
fandom.
and
That
and,
man won the
and
top. That man won the top
without a
edge
name
rushers
and
in the
without a
draft.
picture, if you compare the two, you're going to pick Mike Green. And you know exactly what he looked like? He looked like Khalil Mack when Khalil Mack came out of Buffalo. He played down there the exact same way. And he's a 3-down player. You don't have to take him out the field for run defense. You can keep him on the field. Passing
You
down,
ain't gotta
rushing
take
down.
Jalen
It
out
don't
there.
matter. He get the job done in both.
So y'all really think Blank will get an
They
okay to bring
both they
a
both
guy with character
out there.
issues into the league, into the Falcons?
Blank better sit his ass down and let the people that he paid to do their job, and get out the way.
You don't heard Jalen Walker twice say, "I would love to come to the Falcons." Falcons had him in the other day. They own this kid. I know they own. I
And
know they
that's
want him.
fine and dandy. But how many times you just sat there and seen Georgia players say, "Hey, I would love to go right down the street and play professional football," and what happened?
They
They
don't do.
end up
Yeah,
they end up on
The
the other
fact
side of
the
the
fact
country.
the Falcons happy.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
because
They
the
all
Falcons
say that.
happy. It ain't because they didn't want to come. Yeah,
That's what I
I,
said.
they want to come, but
But
the Falcons don't take them.
majority of UGA players when they sit there when they ramping up to declare for the draft and stuff. Hey, I would love to play for the Falcons. That's right up the street. And then they end up on the other side of the country, or they end up in Philly, winning Super Bowl.
That ain't our fault.
That really ain't
But
nobody fault.
now
That just
now we need those type of guys.
you when you look at the draft and you see the the potential that each player has, especially at the pass rushing position. That's why you really can't go wrong with that pick at 15 because it's 5 to 7 players within the
Right.
pass rusher at the edge position that has the potential to be Pro Bowlers. So
There you go.
the thing is, you can't really go wrong with that pick. If it is a Jalen Walker, if it is a Mike Green, it's even with that dude from Boston College because he wasn't that far behind for Mike Green because he had 16 and a half sacks.
that's what I
I just
like.
can't pronounce.
Hey,
His
even if
name
it's the guy from
Donovan.
Ole Miss,
Donovan.
even if it's the guy from Ole Miss, even if it's the guy from Tennessee, even if it's Abdul Carter, look, all those guys you put with what the Falcons have gotten, like say you add them to Trice, to Dorless, to Rook, Orojo, to Zach Harrison, everything we don't been picking up in the last 2 or 3 seasons. Add that to what we got, it's gonna be something.
It's gonna be something. Then you got Leonard Floyd on the other side now as a
Right. And I
mentorship.
forgot, I keep forgetting. Add that to Leonard Floyd. I keep forgetting Leonard Floyd. He the leader now in the defense. Now the Grady gone, so Leonard pretty much is the leader. Him and Bates.
So you can't go wrong with the tool
And
up front.
that's why I want Jalen Carter. Add another UGA guy. You got Leonard on one side. You got Jalen on the other. You got Trice coming back. Boy, we
But
gonna
Oh
that
my
be
God.
something to be reckoned
The,
with.
the thing with Jalen Walker, though, I think the Falcons will have to trade up to get him.
Yeah,
yeah,
I think he'll be
I'm
going at
realistic.
15.
You're right.
And to be
Hey,
And
honest,
the
say
and the
I
mock
don't
I
want us to trade
seen
up.
he
say
and
that
the
again.
mock I seen he was going in the top 5.
Yeah. He probably have to trade up
Yeah, he'll top 8
unless
pick for
something
sure.
crazy happen where he fall. But I know I'm gonna have to come off that dream. But I just want him so bad, man.
Yeah, I would love to
How
have him
about
too because I don't
saying
want to trade up.
Mm-mm.
how about saying get a player that's not from UGA? Jesus, I'm sick of hearing that.
I like that. I like the guy Donovan, man. I just can't like James said, I can't pronounce it like from Boston College. I can't pronounce his name for nothing. I think he
Yeah,
I
dude on
really
the
think
guy
he's
whose
probably the
name we
best
can't
edge
even
rusher in the
pronounce.
draft.
To be honest with you, I'll say the same thing because his motor never stops.
Never
One
stops.
thing, one thing I seen in his film, his motor never stops. The play can be going way to the left side. You gonna see that. You gonna see Donovan right behind him trying to get to him, and that's a characteristic. Man, you just can't bypass. To be honest with you,
How many sacks he had this year?
he had 16 and a half with 20 tackles for loss, and I think the total tackles was like 80.
Yeah, he had 16 and a half sacks.
16 and a half.
So he was second behind Green.
Yeah, he was very close to Green,
I
just a
think he
half
led
and a
the
sack away.
Okay,
I
okay,
think he
all
led the
right. I'm
nation in
sold. Not
tackles for
bad,
loss too.
not bad. Okay,
Yeah, he led the nation. I think he
all
led the
right.
nation in tackles for
I'll
loss
take.
because he had 20 tackles for loss
21.
playing
So
the edge
so
for
did the guy that we got.
21.
So did the guy we got last year. That's, that'll be two
So
guys.
Mike Green had
so
23
Red, they
tackles for
gave
loss last year.
so, so Red, they gave you a
Troy, that's what
viable
I was saying.
candidate. Now
Trice led the
stop talking about this damn UGA guy.
But you can't go wrong with a Jalen Walker
No,
or Michael
I ain't gonna
Williams
stop
either.
till ain't no hope.
I'm just saying, sounds
But
like
in
this
case we don't
dude
get them,
played
I
better
have
than he
another
did
guy.
last year.
I got a few guys other than Jalen. But Jalen had other pieces around him, whereas these other guys, they probably was their only piece on defense.
Exactly. You gotta look
You got
at
to
the
think
entire
Jalen
picture.
had who Jalen had around.
Michael,
Starks.
starts.
Okay, so Green, the guy from Boston College, Walker, and Tennessee guy, and Michael Williams. I got them in my five guys right now. Starks is out. We don't need no safety.
Not in the first round anyway.
I think we good
Well,
Yeah.
on
he ain't gonna be
safeties,
there in the second
period.
round, so he out.
We got a good one, and then we got a serviceable one. I don't think we need to worry about safety not this year. Get more draft picks, then go after a safety.
So let me ask y'all this. We can come back to the draft if y'all want to. Um, Joe Flacco just signed to Cleveland. And as we all know, Cleveland seemed to be the front runner to trade for Kirk Cousins. We also seen Kirk Cousins hanging out in the Cleveland area, posing for pictures and whatnot. It seems to be that Cleveland has given up on Cousins by signing Flacco. So it appears the Falcons were not bluffing when they say we are comfortable keeping Kirk Cousins. So it looks like that's the road we're headed down. Um, I want to ask y'all, how do y'all think that's going to affect the team? Is that a good thing, bad thing? You
Oh,
know, do you think Kirk Cousins will eventually become a distraction, or do you think he'll be a good a good teammate? And one other thing, do you guys think it makes sense? Because no matter if he's traded or cut, we still are responsible for him financially on paper anyway. And if we do trade or cut him, we still got to go and find another backup. So, what's y'all thoughts on Flacco signing with the Cleveland Browns? And whoever want to go first, you got the floor.
yeah, I already know. We've had this discussion before, and I know I'm the only one with this thought process. I just think it's a silly. I think it's silly as hell. Go ahead and cut like the man did nothing to Atlanta. He just played bad. You're willing to die on a hill that isn't even you're willing to fight a war that no one else is fighting. Like to me, it's just stupid. Go ahead and cut that man. Let him go wherever he's gonna go. You still gotta pay him. It's clear you're not gonna get nothing for him. So why not just cut them and let them go on about their business? I just find it stupid and petty as hell.
Because there's no value in cutting him. You you
There's
on
no
the hook. You
value
on
in
the hook.
keeping him. Yeah,
You're
I
on
keep
the hook
saying
for
that.
his money. You on the hook for the
You're
money off
still
the
on the
rip.
hook for it. Okay.
Okay, so if I can't get nothing for him, he gonna be a backup. Why would I go out and go pay another quarterback? That doesn't make sense. I'm not gonna just
Okay.
cut him for free and don't get anything. That's terrible
There you
business.
go. No,
Yeah,
I
you
gotta
just
agree
can't.
with you.
It's just like what Arthur Blank said. Arthur Blank said that he invested a lot of funds into Kirk Cousins, so he has to
You
understand the
can't just
business
give them.
side. I just can't. I can cut a loss, but I can cut my losses in different ways. And one of my losses is you can ride that pan and get that coffee over there to Phoenix.
Mhm.
Yeah, buddy. that
What's up, John?
man, that man is gonna win the Golden Splinter Award. Riding that oak. He may as well get him a lazy boy chair, get him a couple of beers and some pretzels, and get ready to ride. Cause see, look, I've spent 60. How much money have I spent on him? How much money? What
So
is the
far,
actual? What is the
65 so far.
$65 million?
And you gonna spend at least 90 when it's all said and done.
And I'm gonna spend
no,
$90
you
million.
go you gonna spend the entire 100 because his 10 million for the following season is already guaranteed.
Yeah.
Because we kept him past the fifth day of the league year edition. It's already guaranteed. So he
Okay.
already on the hook for 100 million.
Okay. We've been locked into this contract. We've been locked into this situation. We locked. Either way it go, we locked. Why in the world would you just let the man walk down the street with my money that I paid to go to a team that's going to give him some more money? Not, nowhere near as much as we're getting him, but we are the ones that making him rich. He laughing all the way to the doggone bank at another team, playing for another team. He gets $1 million as a league minimum from the team, just to make the books look good. And he playing on my money? No, bruh. And see, I got to disagree with that was Coach. I got to disagree about the fact that he didn't do anything to the Falcons. This man told a
Shit.
bald-faced lie about his condition. And even though I don't know, nobody knows whether we were going to make the playoffs or not. Were we not trending toward the playoffs? Weren't we feeling good about our chances of going to the playoffs? Had he stayed healthy? Had everything been okay? We were on our way there. And okay, say for instance, he said, "Look, I'm hurt. I can't play." If you stick Michael Penix in there, it's a situation where, all right, I'm putting my rookie in there. I don't know what type of result I might get, but this is the only person I can put in here. Okay, we'll see what happens. I could accept that a little bit better than you knowing that you're not healthy, you knowing that you're not well, and you out there just stinking to join up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You
John,
damaged, and then you made the coach, you made the coaching staff, you made the general manager, you embarrassed the franchise by telling tales out of school. Last time I heard some stuff like this was when Jim Moore was up there in Washington talking about how good of a job that the Washington job was, and that I would love to coach here. And Arthur Blank got wind of it, and son. What? I thought you liked it here. Oh, okay. I tell you what, I'm gonna give you an opportunity to get that job. Yeah.
You out
You
of here.
out of here. See, no. You hurt this franchise. You hurt this franchise. And your reward is to sit right over here next to me on that pine, on that bench, and rock. Unless somebody gives me an offer that, is going to help me out as far as money is concerned. I'm sorry.
Unless they give you an offer you can't refuse.
Yeah, see,
Yeah.
that's the whole thing.
Vito Corleone coming around
That
anytime soon.
that's the whole thing. Don't nobody want his contract as is. The way his contract is set up, don't nobody want that. Cleveland would be a fool to turn around and pick up Kirk Cousins' contract when you already got the worst contract in NFL history on your books currently active.
Hello.
And then on top of that, Kirk Cousins already knew it because players had already said it. Michael Penix is the best player in our quarterback room. They said that before Kirk, quote unquote, got hurt. He knew if he went, once Penix got on the field, that was it. Whenever Penix got on the field, Kirk's job as a starter for the Falcons was done. He knew that. There was no getting around it. You drafted that man on 8th overall. Whenever he got on the field, this his job. That was it.
And if
That's all.
Yep.
and if Penix if Kirk Cousins come out there wanting to clown, oh, okay, we got ways of getting our money back. You start clowning and start acting up. Oh, we got ways of getting our money back. Okay. We'll do you just like they did Cody Zeller for the Hawks. You'll sit at home and won't play a game, and I'll fine you for every game you miss.
So no.
You
I'm telling
know,
you, like if it was me, if I was Terry, and I just said this numerous times, what I would do is because technically, if you look at it, he does have a 4-year contract, which is really a 2-year contract. I would restructure him, stretch that guaranteed money out over the course of the 4 years, and just keep him on the bench. I keep him on the roster. He's just gonna be my backup for the next 3 years. And I put it to you like this: Kirk Cousins' career as a starter, with all the antics that he done pulled, his career as a starter will be over before he leave Atlanta.
yeah,
Ain't nobody gonna sit there sign no 39-year-old
Already
quarterback
over.
to be a starting quarterback, and you just sat on the bench for the last 3 years. That's a dub.
and see,
Dude, it's already over. It's over now. Ain't nobody
I'm
signing.
sorry.
Ain't nobody go after him this year.
I
See,
mean,
I'm
they
sorry.
called.
The fact that we
I'm
couldn't even
sorry.
find a
Teams
safety
Things turned
for him
called,
out.
this year.
but don't nobody want that contract. That's the
Let
whole
you know
thing.
that
Yeah,
He
that's
wanted to
what.
secure the
I don't think
bag.
too
He
many
wanted to
people
secure
wanted
the
him.
bag. He
Period.
secured the bag. But that's a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged sword because the way his contract is set up.
Yeah,
They hit,
he had teams interested in him, but it was kind of like the Orlando Ledbetter said, like teams just don't want that contract. They
they
don't
don't want
want
the
him.
contract. That's what I said. It's a double-edged sword. You wanted the big payday. All right, we
We
gave it to
don't
you.
want the
We
contract.
gave it to you. But the way your contract is
The
set up,
dumb
it's
fool
so
that
front
signed the
loaded.
contract.
Untradeable.
Who gave him that contract?
Right? Don't
That's who should
nobody
be
put
fired.
that on their roster. So like, what you gonna do? Now we can restructure your contract. If you were for one, we don't have to go to him to restructure his contract. His contract is set up the exact same way Deshaun Watson contract is set up. So
Yeah,
we
but
don't have to talk to him to restructure him.
you don't really want to restructure his contract. You want to go ahead and get him out the building after next year.
Hey, worry about
That's
that.
what I said.
Cause
You
me
don't want that
personally,
money
I
on the
would
books
I
for
would
the next 3
restructure,
years.
get the cap relief, get the cap relief because like all right, it would lower his cap hit for this year and next year, but you have extra money.
Nope.
Now that extra money rolls over into next season. That's where we're gonna have way more cap space. Plus, you
But
got the extra money on top of it.
that
Next season should be our all in year.
but you
Next season,
you still gonna have to eventually pay the piper on their restructure. I mean,
true.
you'll have a temporary relief now, and to me, like free agency is over now. You don't even need it now, so you might as well just go ahead and bite the bullet now and have a bunch of money to spend next offseason.
Uh,
Because because if you
That's what I was
restructure them,
saying.
the
All his
guarantee
money
money
come off
still
the books gone next year, right? If we don't
Yeah,
restructure.
next year. Yeah,
yeah.
because we don't let free agency pass. So all the good players are gone. So to me, I don't really see like a big benefit in doing a restructure at this point.
No, the benefit of doing a restructure, right?
How much money
Because
will be on the books next year if we don't restructure?
Right now, you're looking at about 50 million.
It goes up. It goes up next
No,
year.
I'm talking about
So it's
next
kind of hard to say.
season if we don't restructure.
Right now, it's saying about 50 million, but like Coach said,
Yeah.
it'll probably be a little bit more once they get the official number in. But at least 50 million as of right now, at least.
I'm about to say, like, Nick's
50 million from Cousins' contract next year on next
No,
year
that
cap.
no, that's what our my bad. I might have heard your question. That's what our salary available cap space would be.
No, I'm saying
if we don't restructure.
if we don't restructure this year, and how much money will be on the salary cap for next season for Kirk Cousins?
You mean his cap hit?
Yeah, the cap hit for next season if we don't restructure.
You mean what we owe him?
We will owe him. The cap hit would be about 58 million if you don't restructure.
Dang, next season?
Yeah, 2026. He would account for 20%.
God, I hate that damn contract, man. God, this fool.
That's why I say just bite the bullet. That's why I say just bite the bullet right now and be done with it.
Man,
and we'll be loose from all of that in 2027, right?
2026. Next year we done with it.
We can cut him.
Wait, what? Okay, that's what I'm asking. What year are we gonna be done with Kirk off the cap?
It's 2026.
After this season. After the season, we can cut him.
After this season.
After this coming season, we can cut him.
After this season right here?
Yeah.
After this season,
and what would the cap hit be for next year? Okay, and what would the cap be for next year?
That's the 58 million. Oh no! Oh, next. Well, what you mean? 2025 or 2026?
2026.
26
to 27.
That's gonna be 58 million.
I'm not talking about this coming year, Tidy. I'm talking about the year after this coming year. What would the cap be?
58 million.
Oh, it'll still be 58 million.
Yeah,
but we are cutting, but the cap hit will still be 58 million.
Right. Like if we don't cut him, then that's a $58 million cap hit.
That's why you can't just let that walk because you invested.
No, you can't
fire him, man. Fire Terry. Get him out of here. No, I'm talking about the GM. Fire Terry for that contract is awful. He got to go. He got to go for that. Because man, so we pretty much gonna use all of Michael Petey's rookie contract years with Kirk Cousins' contract. So Cousins' contract gonna pretty much be on the books doing all of Michael
No. Kirk Cousins' contract essentially leaves after this season. You depending on what happens, you might have $10 million still floating out there, but it's for all intents and purposes after this season, he's off the books.
And thinking, well, thinking about it, if everything had worked out better than it did, looking at what you were having to pay quality quarterback help, starting quarterback help, it still looks like a bargain.
I agree.
It still looks like a bargain. However, since it ended as badly, and nobody in their wildest dreams would have imagined anything of this nature happening. Yeah, it looked real bad. It looks real bad, feels real bad, smells real bad.
I don't know why you say that. Because if you look at it, 2 years ago, Cleveland did the exact same thing. They was expecting they were gonna get such and such talent level, and look what Deshaun did.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. It had that worked out. Had that worked out, we'd been looking at something different. And see, thing is, there was no way for us to know that the downside of signing him to this was going to end up like this. And it looks bad. It looks bad. But being as it is, there's no way that man gonna walk. There's no way that man gonna walk away from here scot-free unless I can get something.
He already got it.
Something. And he
Hell no, he ain't
hey,
walking away with them cap hits I'm
no,
taking. Only way he walk
you
away.
go ahead, Red.
Yeah, I was gonna say he ain't walking away with them cap hits I'm taking. Only way he walk away is I'm getting something for him. Or else I don't owe him nothing no more. When I don't owe him nothing no more, then he can walk away. But as long as I owe him some, as long as I'm taking them cap hits, dude, you ain't going nowhere. You are not living your best life, partner. And that little Netflix documentary that you working on, I can't wait to see the end of the season 2 because you're gonna have to detail how you benched and stand benched at the end of the bench. Boy, that's gonna be a sad ending to season 2 of quarterback on Netflix. A sad, sad ending, baby.
And like John was saying, I think that's really the main reason that Arthur Blank won't cut him is like, bro, we spent too much money, dog. Like, if you ain't gonna play, you gonna be on the bench in case our starter go down and you got to go back in the game. Like I just can't let you come in my house and take everything out of the refrigerator, bro. You know what I'm saying? You gotta do some work. You gotta mop the floor. You gonna have to do some kind of work, bro.
Shit, Kirk Cousins will be a door greeter at Home Depot, bro.
He gotta do something.
For real, because if you look at the article Arthur Blank said, that's exactly what he was saying, type. He said, I invested some funds in you.
Right.
So with that being said, it's a business side to this. He
I
sat
don't.
down with Kurt for an hour and took 5 pages of notes and just listened to Kurt. And then in the end, he said, this is a business at the end of the day. You know that, right? I gotta do what's best for my franchise when it comes to this situation. So when it boils down to it, he said Kirk knows the business side. He understands it.
Right.
So with that being said at hand, shit, you snooze, you lose, Kirk. Sit your ass on that bench and hold that power wave for business.
Right. Because if you cut him
Look,
or
pretty
trade
much
him, you
Kirk
still gonna have to
Cousins
go out there
was
and sign a
Bonacera.
backup quarterback. So that's gonna be even more money, you know. So unless somebody come with a trade that makes sense for Atlanta, I mean, I see why they won't let him go. I would prefer him be out the building, but I totally understand why he ain't. I get it.
I get it. Totally get it.
Hey, James Tidy. Kurt is he a Bonacera. You know, the first dude in the Godfather that was asking him for a favor, but he was just talking to him so disrespectfully. Yeah, Godfather had to get up out of his seat and say, "Man, why you talking to me so disrespectfully? What did I ever do to you?" And that's Kurt right there in there begging for something he don't have no right to beg for.
He
Think you
said, "I'm
ain't a
going to tell
friend? What
Donald
you come
Trump."
in begging for? Huh?
He said, "I'm going to tell Donald Trump."
Tell anybody you want, he gonna get better. Watch out for he get clipped.
And the franchise as a whole has turned their entire focus on pennies. They're trying to get pennies in the
Right,
best
they
position for
should.
this franchise to win. So Kurt trying to do all these stunts, these schematics and everything like that, need to sit his ass home at home with his wife, with his caravan in Georgia.
Yeah, cause see, you okay. If the franchise has been turned
And
over
we're gonna
to
have more
Fontenot
Tyreek.
and Beatles and Fontenot, Beatles and Morris, and the people with the money and the people watching the money and the people counting the money and the people in charge of the salary cap have said we're going to do what's best for the team because Arthur met with them, and if I'm not mistaken, Arthur said that he's had some really uh, really deep fireside chats with them about this situation prior to Cousins talking to him. They laid it out. I would imagine they laid out what the ramifications of any move that was going to be made as far as he was concerned. They laid all of that out. Said,
I,
look, I mean, look, Arthur, he can't go no place. You
I
know what?
feel
You know what you're gonna be giving up if he goes somewhere? And Arthur Blank, no, sir. I don't believe we're gonna be able to do that. I'll meet with him, but I'm gonna let him know this is business, son.
I'll go get a backup quarterback. Kurt wouldn't even dress out, bro.
You know, but
I
see,
mean,
this is the thing,
he don't prove too untrustworthy.
and see now this is the thing. I don't think for 1 minute that Kirk Cousins is foolish enough to go out there and throw a game.
I
I
don't
don't
know.
think that. I don't think that man is that damn dumb. Okay,
He get jumped.
By his own
I
teammate.
don't. I don't think that man will go out there and clown like that because see, that is what the fear is. Because see, this is what I hear. What is the locker room going to be like? What kind of atmosphere is there going to be around the team with him on the team? Man, I'm gonna act like I don't act like he ain't even there until he is there.
He
Shoot.
better be a great ass cheerleader.
You know, hey, we score a touchdown and that joker ain't jumping up and down. What's your problem, son? Your team just scored a touchdown.
I make him go stand over there by the cheerleaders.
You know, give him a set of pom pom. You know, I'm yeah, I just don't believe because, and this is just me. You know, this is just me. Look, you wearing my uniform. You wearing my uniform. You're on my team. I paid you more than he's the highest salary person on the team, isn't he?
By far.
Okay, I'm paying you more money than anybody else out here. Okay, I better not hear no mess out of you. I own you.
Man, that's crazy.
But
I own you. What you
Y'all,
mean?
the
What's
way
crazy?
to say you own somebody, like first off, we talking about a man here. We ain't talking about no female. I wish somebody would tell.
Look.
I wish somebody would tell me they own me. Man, the way y'all talking, if I was Kurt, I would sit home and gladly pay that $1,000, $5,000, $10,000 fine
Oh, it's gonna
for
be more than
18
that.
games. No, it's not. It's more than
Yeah, it
18
is.
games. No, it's not. I just
Yeah, it
looked it up.
is.
Okay, John, you got it. But anyway, as I was saying, I will go ahead and pay that $10,000 fine, sit out these 18 games, not even show up at Flowery Branch, and make y'all go spend some more money and get a backup quarterback. This is the way y'all trying to fund him is nuts. That's crazy.
But coach, at the same time, bro, if he wanted to do that, it's gonna be a old fucking well because for the simple fact it is, I got my quarterback sitting right here next to me, so I wouldn't give a
Okay,
damn. I already, so it will be assault.
again, and that's when I would say you're talking about treating a man like he ain't ish. Like the way y'all are saying to go is telling him to treat him like ish, regardless on if he's been paid or not. If I am a player in the NFL and I'm hearing the Atlanta Falcons tell another player, regardless of he got paid or not, I own you, I would never step foot in that facility. Not ever.
But the
Man, ain't
same
nobody gonna
person
sit
that
there and
went.
tell that man don't mess like that. But I mean, the fact of the matter is this: he signed a contract. You are obligated to fulfill said contract. Point blank. Period.
You are right, but he
There's
is
no way
still a
around that.
human being.
So,
And to
so
tell me
ain't
you
nobody gonna
own
sit there and
me,
tell that man
motherfucker,
stop it.
please.
Like man,
I own you.
Yeah, okay.
And
I
stop
own
it.
you. Cause see, no. Now see, this is where the conversation gets to that. Okay, you sit up here and embarrass me in front of company. You embarrass me in front of company. All right. When you embarrass me in front of company, what I mean, how am I supposed to react? Am I supposed to say, "Oh, that's just Kirk. That's just the way he is. I'll accept it. I go along with it." You embarrass the Atlanta Falcons franchise. Okay. Your punishment is that you will not get what you want, and that is to be released here because it doesn't make any sense fiscally and it doesn't make any sense as far as the team is concerned. It doesn't make any sense. You put yourself in this predicament by, you cost me a 5th round draft pick before you even set foot in my organization because you can't keep your mouth shut. Come on. I mean, he's compounded the situation. He's compounded the situation. And see, that's why I'm saying what I'm saying about it. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying about it. And that's why I'm feeling the way that I'm feeling about it, because it's not like these things happen accidentally. It's not like these things slipped out or whatever. You cost me a 5th round draft pick, a pick that I could have used to help build my team a little bit better this year because of the fact that you telling tales out of school. All right. Then you come back and then we are under scrutiny. Now, I don't know whether this is dead or not as far as the league is concerned about the injury report or about how bad you were injured or whether we reported it correctly. Because, see, he comes and says that his injury, him being on the injury report, was a clerical error. He sticks with that story. No, I was not hurt. He was adamant about saying that he was not hurt. So you lied to me. You lied to everybody who asked you the question. Okay? And then you go on a national broadcast, sports broadcast, and tell everybody that you weren't hurt because of the fact now that Michael Penix is taking your job and you want to go shopping or want to go play somewhere else? No, bro. Now that's why this conversation gets the way it is as far as I'm concerned. And I say, look, you between a rock and a hard place, son. You will be here. I own you. You belong to me. Okay? Now, there are certain things that you can do to make it where I can let you go. And that is give back some of this money. Okay? Waive your no trade clause. I get back some of this money. Then we'll see if we can find a place for you. But I will tell you this too. If I was a coach, I'd be looking at it. That joker would have the worst side eye that I could manage because you lied. And the NFL owners, they may be egomaniacs, they may be picky, but one thing they do, they stick together. They definitely stick together when it comes to protecting the franchise. And see, you can't be doing stuff like this and expecting another owner to trust you. Man, they'll load your new contract. They'll load your contract up with so many doggone stipulations that you won't be able to sneeze without a rag in your hand. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying, and that's how I feel about it. Man, no.
Well, and the thing about it,
John, I'm with you. I can't stand him either with his costing my team, talking that trash. And you know what? He done turned out to be a little sneaky, vindictive SOB under the rope.
Yeah.
You know, he tried to play that good guy, all shucks role, but in the end, he just as ruthless as all the other rich white men. Kirk, you ain't fooling me, baby. And really, the fact that this dude out here filming that Netflix documentary this whole time. See, that's what a lot of these things. He not trying to be embarrassed on that documentary that's coming out this summer. But too late, buddy. You gonna be embarrassed unless you stop filming right after that Saints game. Cause I don't. If you didn't, they seeing you get benched, they seeing you get cut, and they gonna see you buried at the end of the bench. End of the story. Let the credits roll, baby. Season 3. We'll see you.
at the end of the day,
That's how I go.
I think,
Hey, Winston. There you go.
I think both.
Bench for the towel.
I think both sides are gonna be
sorry.
professional as professional can get. I don't think the Falcons are gonna do anything on their side to try to embarrass him, and I don't think Kirk it's gonna get to the point where he won't show up. You know, he's a
Nah,
professional. He
he's a
knows how.
professional.
Yeah, he know how this go. He gonna show up and he gonna be available. And they're gonna treat him just like you treat any other backup quarterback. He's just gonna make more money than anybody in the building. So if he don't get traded, I don't think it's gonna be as bad as it might seem like it could be, in my opinion.
And I'm gonna say this too. I'm gonna add this.
Go ahead.
Cause you know somebody gonna stick a microphone in front of his mouth and ask him the question. Watch your mouth, son. When they ask you the question, say no comment or move on.
They
Watch
should
your
have been
mouth.
told him
That's
that.
what he should have been saying.
Watch your mouth. You know, well, and then what was all this about? All of this, him being caught in Cleveland at the Chipotle. Just so happens that people see you up there, and you just post this picture with. What did he say anything on that picture? I'm trying to remember. Did he say anything about the
Yeah,
picture? Or?
he commented about the meal that he ate. It was pretty much him certifying that picture was authentic and he was in Cleveland.
Mm-hmm. And you know, we needed to know that for what reason? what was your purpose in
That
having that picture taken?
that was his version of the Julio in the Cowboys hoodie. That's what that
Mm-hmm.
was.
Well,
And what was
Julio got
what was the
away.
purpose of being in Cleveland in the first place?
There you go.
I told you.
Hey,
He probably was talking under the table to somebody.
Sneaky
You know?
I mean, speculation abounds
Right.
because you doing stuff like that. See, to Red's point, that old slick inference. You know, you slide some. You know, while you're looking at that, I don't want you to see this over here, or I want you to see this over here instead of looking at that. You know, that type of stuff. You know, oh man, come on.
Lot of subconscious talk. All right, we'll come back to the Kirk Cousins situation. Next thing I want to talk to y'all about is
Thank goodness.
Coach. Did y'all see Kyle Pitts on Cam Newton's show, 4th and 1? Did y'all catch his segment?
Yeah, I seen it.
I
All right,
heard about it. I
Yeah, I
haven't
heard
watched
about it.
it.
No, you're gonna have to highlight it for me.
okay, I'm gonna play a snippet of it. I don't want to play too much because I
Oh.
already played some of it earlier, but I'm gonna play a little bit of it. Give me just a second to get it pulled up. And I want to get y'all thoughts on Kyle's comments after we watch this. Is that on the screen, y'all?
Yeah.
Yeah.
it is.
Checkered shirt. Yeah, that's him. Yeah.
Okay.
Kyle Pitts look like he missed the bus to school.
Yeah, that's why.
I missed the
Did you-
bus.
Cam
That's how
like,
this
that
nigga
boy.
dressed. Boy, he dressed like he dressed like that.
All right,
Cam
here we
like,
go.
that boy. Didn't I tell you get your ass up on time? I told you, didn't it? What I told you the last
I mean,
time you missed the
there's
bus?
the obvious of, your quarterback situation, right? For you, you've had in 5 years, 4 to 5 different quarterbacks? Ritter, you had Kirko, you had
Matty Ice. Now you got Penix.
so
Marcus Mariota.
Marcus Mariota. Damn,
that's
that
my
is, yeah.
so even with that, like, how do you find a common ground? You know what I'm saying, for that?
It's obviously tough. This is my first year going into a quarterback I played with previously.
Okay.
So this will be the first time.
Wow.
So OTAs and all the camp will go into it with not a new relationship, but something that we're building on.
Yeah.
So it's been tough. It's been different, but all those guys bring something different to the game.
Yeah.
And I appreciate all of them. All of them taught me something different. So I'm excited for Mike, and it's gonna be a good year.
But with that though, I wanted to ask though, because you have a quarterback, you have a
Okay. Y'all heard that, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is my question for y'all. I think it's fair to say that I can't speak for y'all, but I think the vast majority of us have been a little disappointed, or maybe majorly disappointed in the production that we've got overall from Kyle Pitts. Now, after hearing his side, and I gotta admit, he makes a good point. He's had Kyle Pitts
Bomb.
in 5 years, he has had 6 different starting quarterbacks since he's been on this team. Does that make us look at his production and his play any different, or is just like, no, you need to produce better? Like, what's y'all thoughts? Let's go around the panel.
It's only 5 quarterbacks.
No, it's six. It's six. It's if my math's right. We got Matt Ryan is one.
Mm-hmm.
You got Ritter is
Mariota.
two. I'm sorry, Mariota's two.
And Ritter.
Ritter is three. Heineke is four.
Mm-hmm.
Cousins is five, and Penix
And
is
then
six.
Penix.
Oh, I forgot all about Heineken.
Heineken. You forgot about Heineken.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's 6 different quarterbacks in only 5 years, and 2 different offensive coordinators, and really kind of 3 different schemes. Because Matt Ryan ran a different scheme than what's that boy named Desmond Ritter ran, and Ritter ran a different scheme than Penix and Cousins have ran. So do y'all take that into consideration? Like, hey, maybe we being a little too hard on Kyle. What's y'all thought?
I do. I most definitely do.
All right, explain,
Look,
Winston.
all right. Everybody, like, for one, just off of that little clip that you just saw of him standing beside Cam Newton. Kyle Pitts is a big dude at a tight end that can move like a wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Cause he's noticeably taller than Cam Newton, and Cam Newton is 6'5". All right. Now when he had a upper echelon quarterback in Matt Ryan, he showed you what he can do. And when the talent at as the distributor of the ball talent decrease, his overall stats decrease. Is a correlation. He's in a dependent position. He can't throw himself the ball. If the quarterback can't get him the ball, there's nothing he can do. So now that and like he said, this is the first time I'm going into a season with a quarterback that I had from last year,
Yeah.
and they working on it. You know what I'm saying?
Kyle Pitts
Now
basically a
you have a
decoy.
quarterback that has an actual arm that can get him those deep balls when he's running wide open down the field. Pennis ain't scared to throw that ball. He can push it on the field, and that's where Kyle Pitts is most deadly because he's faster than the majority of the linebackers and safeties that's covering him. He's open. If you go back and look at his game tape over the past couple of years, you see him wide open down the field. We
Yeah,
just had
cause
quarterbacks that was scared of throwing the ball in the field because they ain't got the arm to do it. Kirk Cousins
yeah,
not pushing the ball on the field.
yeah, cause he basically got used to being either a decoy or running routes, knowing that he wasn't gonna get the damn ball.
Right. And that's why people sit there and say, oh, he give up on routes. No, he's not giving up on routes. He just know he ain't gonna get the damn ball. There's a difference. Like, there's a difference. Like, these are professionals. If I'm a tight end or I'm a wide receiver and I know my quarterback can't throw the ball over 35 yards and I done got past it, what the hell am I still running for? I know the ball's not coming to me. If I'm getting to the edge of his capability, I know the ball's not coming to me. It's just common sense. You save yourself for the next play.
Oh,
Like,
okay, Winston, you got 2 people in the comments saying explain Brock Bowers. One
because
person,
all right,
one person says Brock Bowers did it without a QB, and TG says explain Brock Bowers.
easy, very, very easy. Look at our offense and then look at Oakland's offense. Oakland's offense is ran through Brock Bowers. They're going to force feed him the ball. He has no choice but to produce. He literally has no choice but to produce. It's the same thing DeAndre Hopkins was doing in Houston when they didn't have no receivers. They had to force feed DeAndre Hopkins the ball. All right. When you are just a cog in a offense and it's a balanced offense, then you're dependent upon your quarterback making said plays. If you're the number 1, 2, and 3 option, like Brock Bowers is in Oakland, because there's no talent around them, then you're going to get the ball all the time anyway.
Somebody got a TV up. Thank you. Go ahead, Winston. Go
But
ahead,
yeah,
Winston. My
like
bad.
no, you good. But like I was saying, like in Oakland, Brock Bowers is their offense. Like legit, he's their offense. The ball have to go through him for them to get up the field and stuff. It's the same thing like with Julio. Back
But before we got Devontae Freeman and all them, you know what I'm saying? The offense ran through Julio. From 20 to 20, offense went through Julio. And then we tried to utilize everybody else when we in striking distance. But if you look at it, Julio was only scoring from out. He's somewhat like he's scoring from deep. He's not scoring in the red zone, but he's moving the ball up and down the field. That's when you're a focal point of an offense. The same thing that Brock Bowers is. Kyle Pitts is not a focal point of the offense. He's a cog in the offense. That's the difference. Bijan was the focal point of the offense last year. And that in correlation, you see how many rushing yards he got. You saw how many receiving yards he got. And then you saw him being a decoy to open up things for other players. But Bijan was the focal point of the offense. Kyle Pitts is a piece of the offense. Two different things.
Does anybody got an opposing view?
Oh no, I totally agree.
Yeah, I do as well. But one thing he said, Tidy, that immediately made me think of you. Because I vividly remember, and I'm sure you do too, we had a discussion one day on film study, and it was about Kyle Pitts, and I think it was like I remember saying that he didn't get people were saying, I think you was saying, or someone was saying, he didn't get Kirk is staring down the receiver, look at Kyle Pitts wide open, and he didn't throw him the ball. You remember us having that discussion?
Yeah, I remember like yesterday.
All right. All right. Now, in like a little bit after that clip you just played, Kyle Pitts talks about that. He said that most fans cause they asked him do you get upset cause they was talking about the parlay. It was the part when they was talking about parlay. And they were asking him, oh shit. Hello?
Yeah, you were breaking up
Did
for
y'all
a
hear me?
minute.
Yeah, we hear you.
Am I still breaking up? Because I had hella feedback.
You good now?
You
Okay,
all right
okay.
now?
All right. And he was talking about parlay, and he was talking. They asked him, does he ever think about that or whatever? And he said something that just mimics everything I was saying. He said a lot of fans think because I don't get the ball that there's an issue. He says sometimes I'm open and I don't get the ball just because the play is designed for the other side. And I was like, God damn, I hope Toddy heard that.
I heard it. Hey,
Oh, okay.
he went into detail on that too. He was
He
like,
sure did. I was like, yeah. I was like, damn, I hope Toddy heard that.
I heard it. He made a good point.
Okay.
He said sometimes the defense is playing, or sometimes the quarterback will get pressure, and he made a lot of great points. So you make a great point when you say what you're saying right now.
Yeah. So, I think we all were a prisoner of just being stuck to where he was drafted, man. I think if he has a stable, steady quarterback, I think Pitts may be all right.
Y'all keep going. I'm gonna grab my laptop charger real quick. Keep going.
Now the only thing,
Well, I guess we'll find out this year, won't we? But if he don't,
well,
if
yeah,
he ain't, if he come back with that same production, yeah, I would love to hear y'all responses then. Because all the
but
excuse
but
making gonna be over then.
but the thing, there was some egregious drops. There was some egregious plays that we saw
Right.
that they're just I mean it just looked bad.
I mean, he be playing. He don't even have his head in the game half the time. That's why I say I'm not gonna put it on
Well,
the
well,
offense.
okay,
I'm not gonna
and
put it
Red
on the quarterback.
and Red. Thing is, looking at it from where we looking at it, that's what it looked like. It definitely looked like he, half-ass. And
he
then
daydreaming
when
sometimes.
when he was going into the end zone, Cadillacing into the doggone end zone, and almost didn't get the touchdown because he holding the ball behind him. Come on, bruh.
Mm-hmm.
Now you catching hell from people looking at you and being impressed a certain way. You can't do stuff like that.
That's understandable, John, but you can't hold that shit against him, though.
Yeah, I can.
Nah.
Yeah, I can.
That man,
You
that
Hold
man,
can't.
it against him.
Wait
that
a
man.
minute. When you going into the end zone, okay, your team is behind. Okay, you can't afford to be making any kind of mistakes of that nature at all. And you
Especially
are the
him.
focal point,
Oh,
and you are the focal point of the fans' angst. You begging for it. When you do stuff like that, you begging for it.
I understand that, but at the same time, did they strip him? Did he fumble or did he score?
He scored.
Okay, then.
No, we still and see. Okay, now Tonio, I'm gonna tell you what my doggone coach would have done. It'd been just like that. That coach in Major League. Great catch. Don't ever fucking do it again.
Yeah, I
That's what he
understand.
would have. And I'd have still been running laps because I wasn't protecting his football. That's the first thing
now
coach said.
didn't he have a
Protect
play?
my football. Huh?
Didn't he have a play where a interception happened because he was doing something crazy? When somebody picked the ball off, or he dropped it, like he had the ball and fumbled it, and then the guy picked it off and
Yeah,
ran it back or
he was
something?
going into the end zone. We watched that in the film session. He was going into the end zone with the ball, cutting across.
Mm-hmm.
He was cutting across, going into the end zone on the right side of the end zone, and he fumbled the ball. Did he fumble the ball? Did the man knock the ball out of his hand?
That was the Giants game y'all talking about when it was going before half, and Penix put the ball in his chest because we had a big argument about it.
Man, he led that man.
I ain't finna go on that one. So that's in the past
I'm
now.
just saying.
Yeah, I'm saying. I'm
What y'all
saying.
saying? I can't hear Winston. What you would say, Winston?
He threw that.
Did the
He
play
threw
happen or
that.
not? Was it a play
Yeah,
where a man got an
it was.
interception?
It was right
Long
before
story
half.
short, he put his hands on the ball. He bobbled the ball. Dude intercepted.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
Now
right. Yeah,
the
that's right.
placement of the ball
Right.
was
I remember
the argument.
something like that happening.
Oh, that's what we were arguing about. Where he put it,
The what? The what of the ball?
The
the
placement of the
placement.
ball.
Oh,
Yeah, in the wrong spot. His
Pinto had
hands.
too many bad plays.
And see
Yeah,
that's what I
he
was
just don't
saying.
have
That's
too
what I
many
was saying.
bad plays for me to defend him over these two. Yeah,
And see,
go
I
ahead,
mean,
John. I'm with
oh, I'm just saying. You know, everybody
you. I mean,
on you.
for us to put it all on the quarterback or the offense, no, not for 3 or 4 years. I can see, okay, I can see if he had 3 good years and 1 off year. Then you can be like, okay, well, maybe that's the quarterback this year. But when dude have 1 good year and 3 bad years, man, I don't care who the quarterback is, dude. You sorry as hell.
but
I'm
you
sorry,
can't.
I just don't care because
But
I've seen
but
dudes
Red,
in tight
Red.
ends,
You can't
dudes
really say
with
he having bad
soft
years
quarterback.
though, because
Right.
in all actuality, it's solid tight end numbers. It's solid tight end. Tight end. It's not elite level tight end number, but it's solid
Yeah,
tight end
solid
number.
tight end numbers.
Like what he had last year, like 700 something yards
When he
No,
put them up.
he had about 615, 620, something like that. 4
last year.
touchdowns. Yeah.
That what he usually average. But then when he had a upper tier quarterback, he went
How
over
many
1,000
touchdowns?
yards.
4.
Three,
Oh yeah,
three
4.
or four.
4.
Yeah, and plus the fact now I'm
He
giving him a
barely went
break.
over 1,000.
I'm giving
He
him a break because he got injured, and that very next year when he came back, he was not 100%. Now they said he was, but he didn't look like he was 100%. So I give him a break as far as that is concerned
no,
because
he not a dog, man. He don't be out there. He don't be out there playing like a dog, like talking. calling for the ball, saying "Get me the ball" like that. If he go all games with no catches, I think he'd be okay. I don't think he'd be complaining. I don't think he'd be in the locker room all up in the quarterback face saying, "You better get me the ball." This dude is just out there
All right.
daydreaming, just coasting. I don't think he gives a damn at all.
I'm
But
gonna
he
I'm
can
gonna
He's a
prove
play.
me
tight
wrong.
end, bro. He's not a wide receiver.
I'm gonna play, Coach. I'm gonna play this segment of it that you mentioned, and if you want to, you can dig a little bit deeper into it. I'm gonna play a little bit more of it. I can't play too much though. I want Cam to give me
Yeah,
no
somebody got a
copyright.
feedback.
Yeah, somebody do got a feedback coming in, but here we go.
Quarterback.
I mean, in general,
Can y'all hear that?
Yeah, that
Only
little
reason he asked
snippet.
me
Yeah.
this
I don't
year.
know. It's,
Oh,
it's a
go ahead.
mean echo on it though.
Yeah, somebody got an echo.
Everybody mute their mics until after you finish playing the clip.
All right, I'm gonna mute mine too.
just the play of the game is just it's all 11. So when one person messes up, that kind of is a trickle down effect. If the
Yeah,
O line, if somebody blitz and somebody comes scot free off the edge, it don't matter how much you beat that guy.
yeah,
You win that route, but quarterback blitz, or if he sees somebody or it's a cover two corner, he might have baited him, and now he took it to the six the other way. It's a
Right.
bunch of things that go into one play.
yeah.
Everybody thinks it's just, why aren't you getting open? No, you might be open, but you might be on the other side of the play, or they change the defense. So it's like it changes every play, every quarter. You make just like one side does, the other side does. So you make mid-game adjustments, halftime adjustments. Okay, they sitting at the sticks. Maybe we need to give them a duck move. It's different things you got to go into it. So it's just going along, rolling with the punches, and just trying to see how he likes it, and how he sees the game, and how I can be in my position at the right time.
All right, Coach. Since you opened that can of worms, I'm gonna let you speak on what he just said first.
So I mean, it's kind of self-explanatory. Like, and you can't just assume because a player is open that the fact they didn't get the ball is the quarterback was staring down somebody or some of that nature. They have to go to progression. They have to let the play develop. And as I was saying before, we've seen plays where Kyle is open, but Kirk's his back was literally to him. So I mean, how you gonna see it if your back is to that player? Uh, again, I just think we gotta give him just give him time. Really, I think if this year he don't show it with the same quarterback, all right, then you just wash your hands with it. But I feel like you gotta give him this year. Short and sweet.
I ain't going along with it. I'm
Go
gonna
ahead, John.
I'm gonna say this.
Go ahead, John.
Um, I posted way back in 2018 a game, and I think I reposted it because somebody started talking some mess. A game against Falcons versus New Orleans, where it was a fourth down play, and we had to convert the fourth down to continue to drive. I saw when the play took place that Matt Ryan was staring at the receiver. Next thing you know, Tony Dungy came, they replayed the play because somebody in the truck spotted it. Showed where Matt Ryan was staring dead at the receiver, and the linebacker and a cornerback was staring at him. They ran into each other because Matt Ryan did not take his eyes off of that person, and Matt Ryan threw that ball to the man. All right. The cornerback and the safety knocked each other because the cornerback was closer to the play and closer to the ball. He had it, but the safety didn't see him because he was honing in on the ball too. And they knocked each other out knock each other off of the ball and the ball falls to the ground. There are times when quarterbacks will stare coverage to receiver. Poor Julio, that's what he used to do to him. Okay, so when I say a lot of times when situations of this nature take place, there's documented evidence of it. Bill Walsh used to coach his quarterbacks. Look this way, throw that way. Never stare at your target. That's what Bill Walsh used to always tell Montana, Steve Young. And Kyle Pitts, what he's saying makes sense. What he's saying makes sense. I go along with that. However, I still cannot absolve him totally from some of the things that happen involving him. I can't do it because I've seen it with my own eyes. Now, the quarterback too, Kirk Cousins is a starer. He's a starer. We've been looking at film all last year, proving that he is a starer. And when he doesn't stare, he's one of the best doggone quarterbacks out there because he had the arm to get it where it needed to be.
But did
Okay,
he
but
become?
sometimes he stares, and
Did he
I
become?
mean, it's we saw it,
But
we all saw it.
did he become a stare after he got hurt though? Or was
No,
it
he was
before?
staring. He was staring the whole year. There were games that we looked at that prior to him getting hurt, that he was doing the same thing, and we would point it out. We would point it out, or I would point it out.
I would just interject. Don't say we, say because
I would point it out.
I don't have your bifocals. I didn't see what you seen.
Well, I saw it, and there were a lot of other folk that saw it because, if I'm not mistaken, there were a couple of commentators that said the same thing. So it's not a thing where, well, hey, if I have to stand on this, y'all know I'll stand on it. 10 toes down, dug in the earth, socket pedestals firm, because I'm hearing an echo. Hello.
I was muted. It wasn't me. I just came off mute.
It wasn't me either. I was
I'm
muted as
muted.
well.
But hey, I saw it. I'm just saying. And then there were times that he would look off. I would see him look off for safety, just as pretty. And especially there was a touchdown that what was his name? Man, the name's falling away from me. But I mean, he found a man coming down the slot. Found a man coming down the slot. Had looked the safety off. Safety couldn't recover. Bam! Touchdown. Beautiful, Kirk. Beautiful. But as far as Pitts is concerned, I got to go. I got to go along with Coach. I got to see what he's going to do this year. I got to see what he's going to do this year.
So let me ask John. Let me ask you and Coach
that's
this.
what I said.
And Red too. What you chiming in? I know it's hard to put a number on something right now, but let's try our very best. Like, what kind of production do you want from Kyle Pitts in order to give him a contract for $15 million per year for 4 years extension? What are your expectations if you're Terry Fontenot? Like, what do you want from this tight end to get $15 million a year?
1,100 yards, about 80 some reception, somewhere between like 8 and 10 touchdown, Pro Bowl nod.
Yeah, 10 touchdowns. He got to get at least 10. But those numbers Winston talking about.
John Red, do y'all agree?
Yeah, I mean, he at least got to give me Brock Bowers production.
I said like he gotta do either he gotta get a Pro Bowl
15
nod
million. Yeah.
or make either
How
first
much
or
is he
second team
How
All
much is
Pro.
he making now? How much
11
is he
million.
making now?
His 5th-year option
That's how
is
much.
11 million.
Man, that way he needs to stay. Probably need to come down. I mean, because I just don't see him being worth. I don't ever see him being worth 15 million a season.
So
Oh,
let,
Not
his
for
let,
no
contract would be incentive weighted.
yeah,
but you got
yeah.
to keep this in mind, John. He ain't gonna take an incentive laden deal on his second contract. You got to pay him or let him go. Now, when guys get older and they done, kind of got some age and injuries on them, they'll take that. But let me ask y'all this: with those projections, I want to ask y'all this and be real with me. With us taking all these offensive skill position players in the first round, my question to everybody on this panel: is there truly enough football to go around for Kyle Pitts to get those kind of numbers?
No, that's what I was thinking. Because how you
Yeah,
gonna get
dude.
1,100 yards, and that's why he ain't gonna be worth 15 million a season. Because see, he had a chance to put his imprint on this team and his offense, and he hasn't done it. Now we got other weapons. Now we got Bijan. He got to get his touches. London. He got to get his touches. Mooney. He got to get his touches. And Penix. There's probably some other guys on the team that we're not even thinking about. They
Ray
probably
Ray.
gonna come in and probably want to get a few touches. So, and look, the thing is, even if we let Pitts go next year, it's another draft. We can draft another tight end next year. One that'll probably work harder, be more of a dog, and be more consistent than Pitts. Even if we don't need him to give us that high value production, just catch the ball, be a good blocker. With the offense we got now, man, tight end to me is not really that important. We just need a regular tight end that can catch the ball, block, and help space the field from London and the other weapons we got. With the production, Pitts guy, he can't even help space the field because folks know we're not even looking his way half the
But we
time.
but we already got that guy when we got the tight end from Houston.
Stop it. Stop it.
Stop it, what?
What he
He
Stop
say?
ain't
it.
no
What you say,
Wentz.
Antonio?
He ain't no slouch, Wentz.
Stop it.
He ain't no
I
slouch,
Do
knew that
not
bro.
was
go down that
coming.
yellow brick road. Stop it.
I
He,
knew that was coming with Antonio. I knew that was coming sooner or later. Oh
he
man.
ain't no slouch, though.
I know Antonio pumping up that tight end he was telling us about the other week.
He ain't no
Yeah,
Yeah.
slouch.
man.
That tight end that he was saying get touchdown after touchdown the other week.
He wasn't no slouch.
He ain't no stud.
He
Who,
ain't
who
got
you talking about?
That boy we signed on what, like last week? It's like it's something crazy. It's like Quintanio or something crazy like that.
Tight end from Houston. He played with Houston. He was a late round draft pick for Houston in
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that's right.
21, 22.
21.
Yeah. So yeah, he made the team. So he has production, but it's I can't hype it up yet. I have to see.
I don't think he got 100 career yards. If he got 100, he ain't got 200.
Lord have mercy.
And that's in 3 years.
That nigga is tripping. Do your homework.
Well,
Well,
that man a bum, son.
my
And
the
only reason why.
only
Oh,
problem
go ahead,
that
John.
I'm seeing, only problem I'm seeing is that okay, um, Pitts and it was our fault. It was the Falcon fault.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have no damn business drafting that doggone man that high.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you didn't have no business drafting that man that doggone high. You know,
Nope.
and the responsibility heaped upon him for being drafted that high, as though he was going to be the franchise saver. And like Winston said, I mean, every position every position is dependent upon the quarterback,
Right.
especially your receiver. Okay, and the thing is that
Yeah.
you've put too much on this young man. All right, now he may be, as we always said, a good finishing piece for a team, okay, that's about to go to the Super Bowl or something of that nature. But a cornerstone, unicorn, as everybody calling him, and all that type of stuff. Man, shoot, like I said, the horn is on the
Oh,
I
wrong
wish
end.
they stopped.
John,
Don't
he would
don't.
he would have been a good pick in 2014 or 15, back when Matt Ryan was still in his prime years. But when you
To
got a
replace Gonzalez.
right, when you got an older aging quarterback and you know you about to turn the roster over, it's like, why did
Yeah,
you?
I mean, yeah, you need a check down man. You need somebody that just like Gonzalez used to do. Gonzalez, I mean, he was playing basketball out there. He
Yep.
he just get to the yard marker, post the man up, and catch the ball. Third down converted. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, but
I agree. That probably would have been better. Not fourth though, but
yeah,
had we just taken
yeah,
him
but and
when Matt Henry
like I
was
said, it's
still
just my opinion. And there are
but you
tight
can't
ends
you can't
because he
use the starting quarterback as an excuse when the receiver on defense.
Say that again, Red. I didn't
I'm
hear you, Red.
saying
Say that
you
again.
can't use the bad quarterback as excuse. Hold on, can you hear me?
Yeah, you
yeah.
good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying you can't use the bad quarterback excuse every time a receiver don't put up the type of production because we've seen receivers and tight ends put up production with bad quarterbacks, suspect quarterbacks, lower tier quarterbacks. I'm saying if you good, you good. You gonna get your numbers regardless.
That ain't always true. It really depends
That's a
on the
lie.
makeup of your team.
It
If
do
you,
Roddy
because
it
White,
we
do.
have,
Roddy
we
White,
have,
when
we
Roddy White
have
put up those numbers, and
again. Who
go
who
ahead.
was who was who was throwing the ball to Roddy? Who else? First off, who else was? So when you look at a player like Winston said earlier, it really depends on the focal point of your team. Tony Gonzalez was the man in Kansas City because 9 out of the 10 times he was the best receiver on that team. Look at Gronk. Gronk most of the time. Well, once I can't think of his name. There
Welker,
Edelman left.
Welker.
Yeah, Edelman and Welker left. Gronk was really the only person that Tom Brady knew he could throw the ball to. Like it really depends on who is on the
Look,
supporting cast. If you got better actual wide receivers, you're generally going to pass to the wide receivers, and we have good wide receivers. He Kyle Pitts has never been a focal point in our offense, really, except for his rookie year, because he really was really the only one on the team.
I
So
will
it's a
I'm
give and
saying
take.
I will
even the
say this though,
times
Red.
when
When you
even
bring
the
up
times when we
Roddy
got,
White, think about this for a moment.
mm,
When did Roddy White start declining? I'll answer it for you. When Julio Jones came to the team and you had another focal point of the offense. That's
Yep.
when Roddy started declining. Think about it. He was still good in
yeah.
2012, but after that, when they gave Julio the
I mean,
keys
he
to
had
the
already
car,
put up those decent numbers before then.
no, but that's my point. Because Roddy was like the focal point of the passing game. But once you had Roddy, Harry, then you add Julio, like I'm like, we ain't got to throw to you no more, Roddy. We got Julio, and they stopped throwing it to him.
and well, and
I'm saying I agree with
in
that
between
part. I'm
there,
saying
Gonzalez.
Kyle wasn't even a valuable piece. He wasn't even a consistent piece to the offense at times. There's times we would forget Kyle was even in the game. That's what I'm saying. I'm not
You're
saying he
right.
had to have 1,000 yard season.
You're
I'm
right.
saying, dude, you wasn't even out there looking like you wanted to be out there. You just had a uniform on and just your name was on the back and that's it. You weren't out there trying to play. You weren't out there making key plays. I'm not saying you had to have 1,000 yards a season. I'm just saying we need to know you out there and making plays for us. And we couldn't count on you for the longest period making play. We still can't. We don't know what you're gonna do with Phoenix next year. We think we know. We hope we know. But what we know, what we've seen the last 3 years, if we going on that, dude, I ain't expecting much next year. Now, if you want to tell me what he did with Matt Ryan, fine. I'll expect 700 to 900 yards. If you're telling me what he did with Matt Ryan is what he's gonna do with Michael Penix, but judging these last 3 years, dude, I have no
I,
expectations because the
I,
dude just not
I, I
he has just
I
not been
think
on the field giving it his all.
I think what me
Here's
and
this.
Winston is saying is you're not going to see the Matt Ryan. I don't think you're going to see the Matt Ryan Kyle Pitts because there's other options.
I don't need
When Kyle
to.
Pitts
I just
was
need to see a
when
nigga
Ky-
that can play.
well, I mean, but he's been
The dude
playing,
ain't
bro.
been
Like I
playing,
mean,
man. I don't care who the quarterback is. He been playing like a bomb the past 3 years, no matter who the quarterback was.
Well,
And see that's basically what I'm saying. Cause there are plays that we have all seen where
Yeah.
I mean, and I go back, and Tidy wasn't here when I was saying that, but he might have heard it. Like when Kyle Pitts Cadillacing in the doggone end zone, knowing everybody got their foot aimed at your rear end, and you sitting up here, got the ball behind you, and it gets swatted out. And man, come on, man, you can't do stuff like that. You can't do stuff like that. Okay.
Understandably so. Understandably so. But we still cannot negate the fact that he's been through 6 quarterbacks, two to three different schemes. That's kind of
And that's
hard
fine.
on the, and that's kind of hard on the football players to try to make adjustments with that, Red. You gotta look at that side. You gotta look at that side with Kyle.
yeah, you got
Even
to,
though
you got to.
and
Yeah,
and, and
I now me, I do. I look at that side. That's why it's kind of a mixed bag as far as I'm concerned. But don't do think you got the ball in your hand, son. Okay, the quarterback put the ball in your hand. Don't you can't afford to be doing that. You can't afford to be doing that, man. Not you. Not with all these eyes on you and all these expectations and you being the number one pick of the very first pick of the of the new Arthur Smith era. You can't afford to be doing that. Okay. Now, as far as the quarterback not getting them the ball, definitely. As soon as you not, as far as you not knowing what's going on and you're not in the right place or they not putting the ball where you need to put it, fine. That's on the quarterback. But once they put that ball in your hand, son, don't drop my football. Don't be careless with my football. Please don't do that.
with me, I think
That's all I'm saying.
yeah, with me, I think he has a consistent quarterback he can go to now. So it may be a difference maker in him being better on his routes, being better in certain situations when he have to block. You know, being that dog out there in certain games because really last year he showed that he can be that if it's persistent. If you look at the Tampa Bay game last year, he had over 100 yards in those games. So he has the potential. He just the consistency has to be there with him. And I see both sides
That
of it.
word.
And I agree with both sides to a certain extent. But it's kind of hard when you got to rotate and build relationships with 6 different quarterbacks and learn new offensive schemes and stuff like that. That's a wear and tear on your brain. And you got to
and not
take that in and you got to take that in effect.
and
So
not just that, James. Like you got to look at his rookie year. He had almost 70 receptions to go into the next year to not even having 30.
that
That's a
next year
big
He
ass
he
he
fall
was
off,
hurt
bro.
this next year.
He got
Williams.
hurt.
he got hurt that
He
next
was
year.
hurt.
He got hurt in
Yeah.
that Cleveland
Yeah.
game.
So
That next
he's not gonna have the same production that he had in his rookie year.
That's common sense, bro.
He's still not that good of a player though. That's what I'm saying. He's not
stop.
that good of a
Red,
player.
stop. Stop.
I'm not gonna go there,
Look,
Red.
I'm not saying that at all.
what's
Mm.
going on with Kyle
Dude,
Pitts
don't tell me to stop. This nigga
is
is a
this
damn bum. What you
is
mean
the exact
stop?
is
He
the
a
exact
bum, and he
same
gonna
thing
be
that
a
we
bum
did with
until I
McDermott.
see different. He
It's
ain't
the,
that good a player. He a
it's the
bum, and
exact
he gonna
same
be a
thing we
bum
I won't.
did
forever.
with McGurry.
I won't
And
call him a
everybody sit there
bum.
and say McGurry is such a
I don't
slouch,
give a
such a
damn
slouch.
about McGarry.
And
Fuck Kyle Pitts, man.
McGurry
Fuck
got better
McGarry. Both
every
of them
year.
bums.
Man, stop it. Stop it.
But Ryder did
Stop
Look,
it.
drop a bomb.
Kyle
I
Pitts ain't
mean,
gonna make me eat
Tyler
these
dropped the
words,
bomb
okay?
on
It ain't
McGarry
like
the
I'm
other
gonna sit
day,
up
bro. You
here
might
and
want to
Kyle
take a
Pitts
look
gonna be
at that,
Super Bowl
bro.
MVP or
What?
something.
They
Oh,
he could,
well,
I'm telling you,
and with his
McGarry,
Kyle
persistence,
Pitts
McGarry,
is not gonna
the
make me
giving
eat
up, man,
these
I
words,
had I
all
had to
right?
change
So
the thought
whatever
for a sec.
dreams you got in your mind about Kyle Pitts being this great player, you can save it because I don't
But
buy
see,
it.
the thing is,
I
Red,
didn't
he
say
has
he
the
was a
potential.
great player.
He has.
I'm saying that we're stuck in the moment instead of looking at the
He
overall.
a bum. He's
He's
a
not a
bum.
bum. That man is not a bum, bro.
Come
P-U-M.
A
on,
man is
he
He's a
not a
not a
bomb.
That
bum.
bum.
man
He,
is not
he,
a
he
He
ain't
bum.
ain't
not
a
a
bomb
bum.
at all. Red.
And you
When
can't
you when
prove me different.
He not a
Red,
bum.
you seen the change when Pennis came in on how harder he worked within the offense.
Yes.
If that was
Oh yeah,
and
I
that was the
have.
case,
I
if
see the
that was
change.
the case,
Yeah,
if
I
it,
know
but listen
a
to me,
change gonna come.
Red,
Red
hold
is
on,
crazy.
Red,
Moving
Red, that
along,
boy, that is off the
along.
chain, bro. But Red, you seen the change. So if he's consistent like
Go
that
ahead,
within
James.
those three
Go ahead.
games, then at hand, you can see numbers. He can go back to. He has the potential to go back to what he was doing with Matt, and that's kind of exciting
I'm gonna
because
see. I said I'm gonna see what he gonna do this year.
the
I'm gonna see what
playbook.
he gonna do, but
Even
I'm not
beyond
finna
that.
I'm not finna like put it on nobody. I'm not finna just you know, progressing and tell everybody I know he finna do this. I'll see. I don't think he gonna do anything, but we'll
Watch it.
see. I
Watch
see
it.
he's excited. I told y'all that the other day. I said he's excited to play with Michael Penis. I see some excitement in his voice, in his whole aura. For once since he been here, I see some excitement. That's the first time I ever seen that in him. He don't even be excited when he playing in the game.
Watch
I
it.
And that
see
man,
Watch
he
it.
that
was
man
more
was so
excited
excited.
sitting next to
What?
Michael Penix at
That
whatever
man so excited.
position
He
in the
laid
game
his body
that
on the
was.
line and watching the game to make that catch.
Watch it. Now, if you pay attention, right, and this goes to coaching. This goes to coaching. The games that you saw Kyle Pitts went off in last year, what was the difference?
One of them was Kirk Cousins made a actual. He said he made an effort to include Kyle Pitts in the game. So
They
he targeted
exactly,
Kyle Pitts in the first game.
exactly. When they
Yeah.
when they go to Kyle Pitts early and get him involved in the game early, there you go. These are your results.
The offense explodes.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's true. That's true, Winston. That's very true.
Then every game that he took and went off, Cal Pitts touched the ball somewhere within like the first 4 to 5 plays.
That's true.
It's very simple. It's the exact same thing like you playing basketball. That's the whole reason. Like
Dog,
LeBron.
we're
LeBron
not
Oh
gonna pass
asking
the
for
Lord.
Kyle
ball.
Pitts
He gonna
to
pass the
have a
Oh
ball and try
thousand
to
Lord.
get his
yards. We
teammates
asking for Kyle Pitts to
involved.
be a consistent piece of the
So they
offense.
in the flow of the game. It's the same thing with Kyle Pitts. Get him going early. If you get him going early, you can rely on him later.
If if he can
This
become that
is.
consistent piece,
now
if
this,
Penis can get him become that consistent piece, like Matt did, Tolioyo or Jacob Tammy or some of them other tight ends we had, then Pitts will be
Lolo.
fine. That's all we need from him. That's all. But I don't need you to be
Hey,
Tololo
top
was
hey,
of the
bum.
Tiny,
world tight end.
I
I
hear
need
you
you to
about to
be a
slander him,
consistent piece
but
of the
when
offense.
the ball was thrown to him, Lowe caught that jump. He just never caught a whole lot of passes, but he caught the ball when it was thrown to him.
who we
When
talking
when
about?
Lowe,
When Lolo caught a ball, you had to
Oh
give
yeah,
him a
yeah.
standing
This
ovation
offense
for him
is
catching that
right
But
damn
now,
ball.
right today,
yeah,
but
because they
but
never
today.
threw it
but
to him.
Matt
They never
Ryan would
threw it
throw.
to him.
But Ryan would
Oh
throw the ball.
Lord, here we
The
go.
man is six
So
foot eight,
you
Here we
and
trust
Matt
go.
Kyle Pitts
Ryan
to
would
throw
throw it
to
at his
right
knees.
now.
Okay.
The man would fold over, but Torlolo would try to catch that jump. Now I wanna this comment that you have up here. Where did this narrative start that Mariota got him hurt?
He definitely did.
He led him
No,
into the.
he didn't.
Yes, he did. He let him
No,
slam
he
into
didn't.
the. Yes, he did.
No, he did.
Ain't
That
no getting
man
around
hit.
that one.
Well, y'all got more excuses
How
for
did? Wait,
small
wait, wait a minute.
players.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Go back
Wait
and
a
look
minute.
at the play.
Now
I
Go back and
Mariota
look
remember
at the
got
the
play.
play,
clean.
but I'm
I
trying to
remember the
figure
play
out how
perfectly
Mariota got the man hurt
because
when
he
he
led him
threw.
into a safety. He let him slam into the safety. When Cal took it went to get the ball, the safety was already bearing down to him. He should have never threw Cal the ball. The ball shouldn't have went there. That's setting your player up to get hurt.
I see.
That's a
I don't
bad
remember.
quarterback.
I
It's a
don't
low
remember that
IQ play.
like that.
That
I
ball
don't
should
remember that like that. Yeah.
yeah.
Hold on.
Me
Hold on.
neither.
I'll
I
take a
don't
look.
remember
I'll take a
nobody
look.
ever
Hold
He
saying
should
Mariota got Pitts hurt.
on. Oh
Mariota
yeah,
got Pitts
that's
hurt.
been a narrative ever since he
That
got
ball should
hurt.
have never
I
been
heard
thrown
that
to him.
narrative too.
Go look at the play.
That's
That
been a
ball should have
narrative
never
ever
been
since he
thrown to
got
Pitts.
hurt.
You leading that man to get hit. Like, no, sir. No, sir. You should have dirted the ball if anything.
So what happened the season after Mariota?
You had
Man,
Ritter
What
for
happened?
one,
What
And
happened the
and
season after
Heineke.
Mariota?
and Heineke. But I will say this in
What?
Kyle in
Okay.
Kyle
So
Pitts
okay.
in Kyle Pitts
Heineken a real
defense.
good quarterback,
Let me
so he
let me
ain't a
let me
mystery
say this in
nothing.
Kyle Pitts defense. When when Kirk Cousins got to rolling before he quote unquote got hurt in New Orleans, Kyle Pitts had like a 4 continuous games when he was balling. Now
yeah,
when Kirk Cousins play decline, Kyle Pitts decline. But when Kirk was balling, Kyle Pitts was balling, man.
that what happens when you play in a dependent position. It's very simple. If you play in a dependent position and you are not the focal point, there ain't nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do about it because you can't throw yourself the ball.
So let me ask you this, Winston. Do you and this goes back
Well,
to how
like I
much
say, we'll
football do we
see.
got to
I'll
go
be
around? Do you think we got too many weapons on offense? Because you got Bijan. Bijan is really the focal point of the offense. I think we probably all agree on that. Then you got Drake London. You got Ray who came into his own last year, and now you got Darnell Mooney who looks like he can get you 1,000 yards. So
Yeah,
it's kind of
Mooney
like
had
Kyle
what
getting lost in the shuffle.
996 last year.
Yeah.
Let me answer that after Winston. Go ahead, Winston.
And I'll ask about like, all right, we don't have too many weapons. The offensive scheme has to evolve. It has to
Ding,
evolve.
ding, 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 ding. Toddy's bell.
That's what
Don't
it is.
start.
Like,
Don't start, coach.
'cause-
Don't start, coach. No, I know you're going. Don't start that, coach.
look,
Yeah, you know
the,
exactly
Don't,
where I'm going.
coach. Don't start. Go ahead, Winston.
I'm, hey, I said my piece because I mean, like, if you look at last year, right? All right, London went over 1,000. What he had like 1,200,
Almost.
some change,
Might well say 13.
13. All right, Mooney had 996. Bijan had what, like 1,700 all purpose.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
He was close to it.
No, almost 900.
Oh, no,
1,900. Excuse me.
correction. I stand corrected. But I mean, so like with that, even as you leaning on Bijan to be the focal, take some of them catches, take some of them catches out of Bijan hand and give him the pick. Some of them targets, give him the pick. That's the evolution of the offense. Now you maximizing everybody's window instead of just focusing on a trifecta.
But okay, let me ask you this: if you Zach Robinson, do you want to take your best player on offense, Bijan? Do you want to take the ball out of his hands?
I mean, to get the most out of your offense, you're gonna have to.
All right.
You gonna have to. I ain't sitting there saying go away from Bijan. You ain't going away from him because he's still gonna get his touches. But the amount in the passing game, that need to change a little bit. Because put it like that. If you really start targeting Pitts up the field, along with Mooney streaking up the field too, that open up everything underneath for Drake London, which is his sweet spot. Like Drake London, he's deceptively fast, but he's not a burner.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So if you got him big body rolling through the middle of the field, because these two took the top out of the defense, and then they had to actually respect it because you getting them involved. They open up down underneath for London and Drake B John coming out the backfield. That's how you max that evolution of offense. That's how you maximize what you have.
He ain't lying.
Mhm.
About that.
I'm looking at this play, and if you can find it, Tidy, you need to put this up here, cause see now, that
John,
reminds me of that play that put over Mahaley out. That reminds me of that play to put over Mahaley out. I can't,
You saying
cause Kyle Pitts took 2 steps, and the man that hit him was on the ground and lunged at his leg.
Hey, it's a bang bang play. Therefore, the ball shouldn't have
No,
went there.
it wasn't bang bang, cause he had caught the ball and taken 2 steps.
He caught the ball, he turned off field, and then he got hit.
He took 2 steps and then he got hit because Kyle Pitts he ducked down. He ducked down to try to get lower than the man. That's what I'm looking at here.
Exactly.
But
That's why the ball shouldn't have went there because the man was already
seem
coming
like
downhill.
more
That's
than
what
no, no,
one
Kyle.
no.
thing,
The man was on it. The man was on the ground.
I don't want to see that, John. I'm gonna be honest, because that was a nasty ass hit
Yeah, yeah.
that he
Well,
took.
I drunk something before I watched it.
So can I jump back in there
Go ahead,
and
coach.
answer that, Toddy?
Go ahead, coach.
Yeah, can I jump back in there and answer that question, Toddy?
What was the question?
Step away.
Where he go?
Step away.
Can y'all hear me?
Go
Yeah,
ahead,
I
coach.
can hear you. I can
Oh,
hear you.
okay, okay.
Go ahead, coach.
Well, to add, the question was, do we have
it's your
do
turn.
do do we think we have too many weapons on the field? Uh, and my answer to that is hell no. The issue is we got trashed with the headset on. Prime example, and I ain't gonna say no names because as soon as you say a certain person's name, the whole world explodes. And I don't feel like a whole 45 minutes of going back and forth about this certain player. So when this player had a good OC and was able to get multiple people, multiple touchdowns, a running back with over 1,000 yards, like absolutely not. And there were more weapons then than we have now. The issue now is we don't play. We don't. The ones with the headset don't scheme for the teams we play in. Their weaknesses. So sometimes, uh, uh, Kyle Pitts should be the focal point, and Bijan should be scaled back. Sometimes Bijan should be the focal point, and everybody else scaled back. If you scheme for the team we about to play, and people start doing their job, it opens up the rest of the field. But what do? We go out there and we'll run Bijan Robinson into the wall 40 times, and then wonder why he ain't bust through it, and then try to pass the ball when now the defense got all the momentum and just gonna keep smashing our quarterback. Like it starts with the people with the headset on. So to answer that question, hell no, we don't have too many weapons. We got some garbage with the headset on.
Stop it, coach.
No, ain't no stop it. Did you hear what I
Stop it,
said at the
coach.
beginning? Did you hear what I said at the beginning? When we
Yes, I heard
had
the
good,
whole thing.
when we had good people with the headset on, how were we able to get people with 1,000 yards, people with multiple touchdowns, with better weapons?
Well, you one, you had a veteran at quarterback in the prime of his career. That's one thing. You can't expect Michael Penix in year 2 to be Matt Ryan in year 8 or year 10.
We
Two,
don't say that name in here, sir.
two.
Oh, why not? Because I got something to say
See,
about that.
here
Just
we
as soon
go.
as
Here we go.
Tidy
Oh,
get through,
oh,
soon as
Here we
Tidy get
go.
through.
don't worry, John. That's our next segment. Two,
No,
and I think, Coach, you just said this. I think in order to really get Kyle Pitts involved more in the game, you got to take B. John out of the game a little. Not figuratively take him out, but you got to take him out of the game plan a little bit. You can't if Bijan don't got the ball, you can't send him out on routes every play. You're gonna have to let Kyle Pitts be the number 2 receiver sometimes instead of the number 4 receiver in the
Exactly.
progression. So I think that's really the only way you're gonna be able to get him more involved in the game. You gotta take Bijan a little bit out of the game plan.
You
Yeah,
got you got to evolve
because
the
we
offense.
yeah, because for the simple fact it is when we really need to depend on him in that fourth quarter, he have more of a fresh legs within the scheme, and you could really depend on him at that point to close the game out. So, yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Who we just lost? We just lost somebody, didn't we?
Yeah, might have been. Coach, you still here?
Coach still on the screen. Coach
Yeah, I'm
Reed.
here, but I'm muted.
That might have been
Okay.
Antonio.
Yeah, we lost
Yeah, it
Antonio.
could be Antonio.
Yeah,
But
so,
well, even before you get to Matt Ryan,
Go ahead, John,
as
and then we'll go into the next segment because that's gonna lead
as
it to Matt Ryan. Go ahead.
okay, as a subject. Now, I got to kind of agree with Coach because if you remember, between 2015 and 2016, Matt Ryan had been broken down and built back up by Kyle Shanahan. All right. Uh, Matt Ryan is the first time he went to quarterback camp to try to, strengthen his arm or whatever. And you could notice the difference in 2016 when he came back, plus the fact he stopped Matt Ryan from staring. He threw to 13 different receivers, threw touchdowns to 13 different receivers that year. He was spreading the ball like peanut butter on a sandwich. Everybody was involved. Now, these people, and this is just my opinion, these people that we have here now, first time offensive coordinators, first time play callers on both sides of the ball. I mean, your offense is brand new because you never, this is the first offense that you've designed. Okay. You're coming here with players and you're calling your offense, your specific brand of offense. It's not like you've used this offense before, just like Kyle Shanahan did in Washington, because Kyle Shanahan brought his offense that he had for RG3 here to us, coaching under his dad. Okay. So now he knows, he has confidence and knows that his offense works. Okay. So he's able to mix, match, do whatever, and be able to critique people on how they are functioning in his offense. That's why he had his foot in Matt Ryan behind in 2015 and in 2016. Okay. So comparing him and what he did to the people who we had calling offense last year is night and day. Is night and day, because see, you remember we were what in the world? Why in the world? And sometimes the offensive coordinator was good, and sometimes he wasn't.
See why you never say that name, Tiny?
Well, it don't matter. Hey, that name is in history. That name gonna be said, and even though people don't want to discuss certain parts of what happened, but hey, it's part of history. Hey man, somebody had posted our bridge collapse. I think the
John,
anniversary was
I'll,
this week, wasn't it?
Of what?
85. Them folk burning up that bridge on 85, and it collapsing right after the Super Bowl. It was this week.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. I remember
Yeah,
when
it
that
was this
happened
week.
though.
John, anytime you want to discuss it, I'm there for you, buddy.
Cause
No problem.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, with that said, that leads me into our next segment. Coach, get ready because we're gonna need your backup on this.
I may have to dip out on this one, bro.
No. We're gonna need you on this, Coach.
John, you see how I
Coach,
take the glasses
Coach,
off
I'm
for this
gonna
one.
need
yeah.
some
Oh,
backup.
hey. Look, I'm
Okay.
here 24/7.
Okay. Here we go. About a week
I
ago,
ain't never gonna forgive him for that mess up.
gentlemen, as we
Ring.
know,
Had my ring right in my hand. I could taste it. I could touch it.
all right. Check this out.
On.
Give me a moment, Red. Give me a moment. All right. So Raheem Morris told Cameron Wolf that he will be bringing Matt Ryan in to mentor Michael Penix Jr. in some, I'm going to say, limited capacity this offseason and probably throughout the season. Um, so Matt Ryan coming in to mentor Michael Penix. You know, y'all have all heard the story. Me and John, we talked about it a good deal on Facebook. So, John, I'm going to let you lead this segment. You are adamant to keep, and I'm going to quote you, John, keep Matt Ryan away from Michael Penix. I think it's a great idea. John, I think it's a bad idea. John, we're going to let you lead the segment, and then we're going to join in. Go ahead.
What possibly could Matt Ryan mentor Michael Penix on? That's what possibly. I mean, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave it like that. I'm gonna leave it like that because now in our discussion, Tidy, you said he's better than who we have here now, and I agree with you 100%. He's better than anybody that we got here right now, but he still is not somebody that I would have mentoring anybody. I told him to stay away from Ritter. Y'all remember that? I said, Ritter, you go over there. Matt Ryan, you stay over there. Y'all stay out of the same area code. Okay? Even with that no quarterback coach we had, you still no. Especially not in the offseason. Especially not in the offseason. And definitely not during the game. Find somebody. Get where Warren Moon at. I had said Michael Vick. But Tidy, you said Michael Vick said he was going to be busy because he's got his own football team to coach right now. But Michael Vick would have been perfect. Both of them lefties. Both of them have cannons. Okay, so that would have been the perfect person. That would have been the perfect person, especially since Michael Vick finally got what he needed up in Philadelphia. Okay, since he finally got what he needed up there in Philadelphia. Okay, I would definitely have Michael Vick. Steve Young. What about Steve Young? He was a lefty.
He ain't gonna do it.
I mean, if possible. But Matt Ryan, I thought we were scared of him, like the old folks say. I thought we were scared of him when he went to broadcasting. Thought I was through with this. I thought I was through with this chapter. But and I kind of see why Raheem Morris wants him there because I think they developed a relationship during the time that Raheem Morris was, head coach or whatever. And he's a familiar face. Yeah, and they got to be real close. I can understand that particular part of it. But in actual application, no.
Okay, so I know we're gonna dig into this. So, Coach, I'm gonna let you go now. Coach, what's your thought? Matt Ryan mentoring Michael Penix, good idea, bad idea? What you got to say?
Of course, it's a good idea, and this is what irks me to my core. Like the idea that you wouldn't take a MVP quarterback who is fourth in the league behind three greats, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, and Ben Roethlisberger, as the best comeback quarterback in the history of the football league, and not get him to mentor your new quarterback, but say you want Michael Vick, who has never done shit in the league? Like, what are we talking about? Of course it's a great idea. Of course it's a great idea to have an MVP MVP winning quarterback mentor your young quarterback on the ways of the NFL in all capacities, and how to keep his poise to come back from being down, how to keep his poise from throwing bad interceptions, hell, how to even keep his poise from effing up and losing the Super Bowl. You give all that information to your young quarterback in the hopes that he eventually will even eclipse Matt Ryan himself. That is just crazy to think that you wouldn't get this caliber of a quarterback to mentor your young student. And that's all I got to say.
James, jump in here,
James,
James.
John, I'm about to say
Red.
you
Here,
really messed up.
so I'm gonna have to agree with Coach on this. It's not a bad idea due to the simple fact of the experience that he has in this league. He has took us to a Super Bowl. He he is an NFL MVP, and when you have that type of experience within the organization, it helps with the development of your young QB. Um, I know some folks out there won't forgive him for what he did in the Super Bowl or what he did in his latter years with the Falcons. But with that being said at hand, with that type of experience, with that type of quarterback, it's like when Michael Vick wasn't really a great passer. He had an arm on him, but the accuracy was in question at the time when he was with the Falcons. So I'd rather have somebody that is poised similar to the quarterback we had in the past to poise him up to let him know the Falcons way. That's been around
and
the longest.
and
The
to interject real quick, also on how to be a productive Falcons player in the city of Atlanta. Matt Ryan ain't never got in no shit. You ain't never seen his name in no shit. The man was perfect his entire time here in Falcons. Absolutely, I wanted you to put that into this young man here.
Red,
wait a minute.
jump.
I'm gonna
Red,
wait. Okay.
yeah,
I'm gonna
we
wait because I woo wee
yeah we
that
gonna we
last
gonna
one.
we gonna come back to you, John. Red, what's your thoughts? Let us know. Should you bring Matt Ryan in, or do you keep Michael Penix way away? You keep Penix on Cobb kind of side, and you keep Matt Ryan on the Cab kind of side. What's your thoughts?
Is that far away or something? I don't know what that
Oh,
means.
Very far.
Oh, okay.
yeah. Uh, if they want to meet up for lunch here once in a while, I'm not that opposed to it. Coach made a decent point. He kind of took a little of my thunder at the end when he jumped back and interrupted, which he wasn't supposed to do. Matt Ryan is a decent human being. He's a pretty good guy. So as far as the art of professionalism, as far as the art of carrying yourself, uh, how to behave as a professional in the NFL, sure, Mac can teach him all of that. Now, if Matt wanna, like I say, grab him up for a few lunches every once in a while during the regular season, I'm not even opposed to that. But hear me, especially you, John, when I say this. When that playoff start, I want Matt Ryan in freaking Alaska. You understand? I want him on another island. Matter of fact, send him to Hawaii. I don't want him in the same hemisphere as my quarterback when the playoffs start. Do you understand me? With his 4 and
That's
6
crazy.
losing playoff record, with his Super Bowl choking ass in the damn Super Bowl with 2 minutes left, with his 2012 choking ass, with his number one seed choking ass, with his 2 point scoring against the Giants. No, take that back. He didn't even score the 2 fucking points. With his 0 point scoring ass against the Giants, I want his ass on another fucking planet. You go Mars, Penix go to Venus. You stay the fuck away from Michael Penix when the playoffs start, Matt Ryan. And that's my last word on it. Thank you and good night.
All right, Winston. We need your opinion. We need your expertise. What do we do here?
I mean, when you look at it, Matt Ryan has either had either a Hall of Fame career or a borderline Hall of Fame career. I don't see where you can get much better as a mentor, and that's in home. Don't nobody know Atlanta better than Matt Ryan. You know what I'm saying?
What?
Like Julio maybe, but I mean Julio's a wide receiver.
Yeah, he wide
To
receiver.
actually teach him how to be a quarterback in Atlanta, who is better to serve him than Matt Ryan? Then we already know Pennis don't bat an eye at pressure. He done showed that all throughout his entire college career. I'm not worried about it. Teach him the intricacy so he can get up to speed faster. Because the faster Pennis can get up to speed and adjust it to the NFL, the faster we can actually go make moves and make a run. If it's little things that Matt Ryan is able to help him tweak to get better, go for it. I don't see no issue with it. I put it to you like this: I'd rather Matt Ryan be his mentor than Kirk Cousins. They call a spade a spade. Cause what the hell Kirk Cousins did in the playoff? At least Matt Ryan got to a Super Bowl. And if you remember, Matt Ryan had a perfect Super Bowl rating for majority of that game. He had too many cracks at the apple, but when he did have a crack at the apple, he was striking. Let's not forget that. We get caught up on what happened at the end. Like, come on, man. You can be hard pressed to find a better mentor than Matt Ryan for Michael Penix in Atlanta. I'm sorry, ain't no getting around that.
All right, John, we coming
Let me.
back to you. Go
Oh,
ahead,
okay.
coach. Hold on. Go ahead, coach. Then we'll come back to John. Go ahead,
No,
coach.
Yeah, let him
I,
go
I
ahead.
was I was just gonna ask. I was just gonna ask John and Red.
Well,
If
go ahead and ask your question. Yeah,
let
I'll
me
deal
let
with
me
it.
let me yeah let me ask the question. Would you be okay with Dan Marino coming in here and mentor Michael Penix,
Yeah, to the playoff start.
the great Hall of Fame Dan Marino?
Yeah, because he's in the Hall of Fame.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you be okay. You be okay with Dan Marino coming in and mentor Matt Ryan when all the
Yeah,
failures that
I'd
you
be
lay
okay
at
with him
Matt
coming in
Ryan
and mentoring Matt
when
Ryan.
you
Yeah,
lay,
I would.
I mean, excuse me, Michael Penix, you okay with that when all the failures, especially Red, that you just named, all the issues in the playoffs, the Super Bowl, yada yada yada. In my eyes, the greatest quarterback to ever stand behind a center did the exact same thing, and he is. I don't understand. Outside
Oh
of
no, he ain't do
rings,
the
outside
exact
of
thing.
yes, he did. He choked absolutely 1,000% in the Super Bowl. Choked horribly in the Super Bowl, but
But what
but
did
it's okay. It's okay for him, who again in my eyes is arguing what without the rings. All right, without the rings,
In your eye.
and many guys and people and people's eyes who don't just count rings, he is the greatest. If
who is
if you
this?
count
Who you talking
rings,
about?
Dan Marino.
Okay,
You talking about
Well,
Marino?
all right.
Marino.
without the rings, of course, with the rings, of course, it's Tom Brady. Without the rings, I can
It's
go
Dan
stat for
Marino.
stat.
Yeah.
Coach, you
Exactly,
gotta.
exactly.
It's kind of
Oh,
hard. You can't poo poo Marino, coach. So we with you. Go ahead.
oh,
You can't poo poo
okay,
Marino.
okay.
He's a great quarterback.
So if he did the exact same thing, why wouldn't it be great to then have Matt do it?
Well, what
Same
Okay.
type of
All right.
same
All right.
I don't think Matt Ryan. Matt
Dan did
Ryan
the
is a great
same
quarterback.
thing. Dan
All
Dan did the
right.
same thing in the playoffs and in the Super Bowl. Same
All
thing.
right.
Well,
But
Hey,
is
coach.
in
arguably the
your you
best
said in
quarterback.
your eyes, Dan Marino is a great quarterback. In my eyes, I don't put
I
Matt Ryan
said
on
the
the same
greatest.
pedal with
I
Marino.
said the
So
greatest because I take the rings out of it. Everybody else puts the rings in it. But when you take the rings away from it, his stats speak for
no,
themselves. He is
I'm
the greatest
telling you,
quarterback.
without the ring, no, I'm with you. Without the rings,
Oh,
he's a
okay.
pretty damn good. I think Marino is a great quarterback. I don't think Matt Ryan is on Marino's level.
No, then you're not you're missing what I'm saying. I'm not saying he's on his level. What I'm saying is Marino did
No,
exactly the
no.
same thing that
You
Matt
asked me,
Ryan did in the
you asked
playoffs
me,
and the Super Bowl.
I heard all that. You just bringing up his numbers, but you asked me, would I be okay with Marino mentoring Penix? And I said yes, because I do think Marino is a great quarterback. I don't think
Right.
Matt Ryan is a great quarterback, and that's why I wouldn't be okay with Matt Ryan
But that,
mentoring
but
Penix.
what you just said was no, because of his issues in the playoffs. That's why I'm bringing Marino up.
No,
Your
I
your
didn't.
whole
I said
spiel,
I
your
don't think
whole
he's a great
spiel was about
quarterback.
your whole spiel was about him in the playoffs, losing in the playoffs, losing in the Super Bowl. That was your spiel. So that's why I'm asking if another quarterback who did the same thing, would you be okay with it? And you said yes. So it just seems like
And I
it's Matt
told you
Ryan
why.
hate. Yeah, it's just Matt Ryan hate,
I
bro.
told you
That's
why I
crazy.
said yes. Because I don't
Okay.
think Matt Ryan is well, okay. You think Matt Ryan is greater quarterback as Marino. I
I
don't.
didn't. I know.
I don't
I didn't
think Matt
say
Ryan
that.
is a great
I just
quarterback.
said, man, right? I said Dandy Dan
Well,
is the greatest quarterback to ever stand behind the center.
that's why I wouldn't be okay. That's why I would not be okay with Matt Ryan mentoring the young guy. I would be okay with Marino mentoring him. I wouldn't be okay with Matt Ryan mentoring.
Okay.
Yeah, but all right.
Uh,
Let's be
okay.
honest about it. What are the chances of Dan Marino going to go help a quarterback in another
Well,
organization?
well, he's not.
Well,
He's
well,
not.
no,
But
tight
All right, we
ass.
don't
Now,
want to talk
now,
about
usually,
now.
Marino.
Oh, coach asked the question. Coach asked the
I just
I,
question.
said,
Yeah.
yeah,
He
it's
asked the
no.
question. Which one would you have? So that's
Right.
what we
Yeah.
answering. That's what we answering.
all
Because
right.
see,
So
there's no way. There's no way that well, I don't know. Dan Marino might. Ain't no telling. But the chances of him doing that are very small.
all
Okay.
right. So with
So
the limited amount of resources that we have,
no, I need to answer
No,
coach's
no,
question.
no, 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 no. Winston. I think you misunderstanding. So I only brought up
oh no,
Dan
no,
specifically
I caught
to
what you said.
rebut. Oh, okay. To
Yeah, I
rebut
caught what
what
you
I
Red
said.
was
need to
saying about the
answer his
playoffs.
question.
Go
I
ahead,
need to
girl.
answer his question.
Go
And the
ahead.
problem, hey, and the problem is, coach, you just torpedoed yourself with your question
I
because
didn't though.
yeah, you did. Because and the reason why you did, you said that Dan Fouts or Dan Marino, excuse me, and both of them were good. Dan Marino was the greatest quarterback to stand behind the center, right?
Absolutely.
Who else would you get to train your young pup coming up if that man was the best? Now, Red
Again,
said,
Thank you,
I
John.
only brought him
I
up.
know
No,
why you
I
said it.
only brought him up because of Red's whole diatribe was about the playoffs. That's the
Okay,
only reason I brought Dan up.
okay. So
So
you
if we
asked me,
only looking,
but
so if we're only looking at the playoffs, Dan Marino is exactly as good as Matt Ryan. If we're only looking at the playoffs, they're
okay,
exactly as good as each
I'm
other.
not doing that. You and see, if you had
Right.
asked Red that question, you might would have had a foothold. But you asked me and Red that question. Okay. And since I did not say that the playoffs and the choking in the playoffs was a factor, you brought up and said that Dan Marino was the greatest quarterback to
Yeah,
stand
you
behind
right.
the center.
You right, John. You right. You
And
didn't say that. You right.
I didn't say that. So, and see,
You right.
since he's the greatest quarterback to stand behind the center, and I had a choice, it's going to be Dan Marino. Okay. Now, as far as Matt Ryan in the playoffs or in the Super Bowl, let's take the Super Bowl. Excuse me, Matt Ryan had a 158 quarterback rate. Okay. When they factor the quarterback rating, they don't factor incompletions in the quarterback rate. And Matt Ryan was 1 for 7 on third downs in the Super Bowl. And those third downs came after very, very short timed possessions because he did not convert because they were passing on third down. Okay. So the 158 quarterback rating is kind of deceptive because they don't factor in incompletions in that quarterback rating. The only thing that would take a quarterback's rating down would be interceptions. Okay. Now, Let me see. What else did you say, Coach? Oh,
What?
oh man, let me see. It was something else you said, Coach. I need to rebut, but I wanted to make sure I got those 2 points out. As far as knowing about Atlanta, the city, there's no way Matt Ryan knows more about Atlanta than Michael Vick did. And by virtue of the fact that he was getting in trouble in Atlanta. Sometimes the person who gets in the most trouble is the best person to tell you where not to go to get in trouble after having gone through what he went through. Okay? Now, as far as quarterbacking, and well, no, I'm going to deal with the MVP. The MVP that Matt Ryan won is like one of all those other awards that they win that people vote on. MVP is a voted upon award. Now, me
So now
personally,
the MVP holds no weight. Is that what you about to say?
yeah, it never has for me. That's what I was about to say. That's what I was about to say. Let me say this. Voted upon awards don't hold any weight with me because they can be influenced by many different things. Okay? I don't care nothing about the MVP. The Super Bowl ring, though, you go out and you get that. Okay? They have ain't no disputing the Super Bowl ring. When the scoreboard says that you got more points than your opponent has after the end of the game, hey, I have no problem with that. I have no problem with that. And nobody can have any problem with that. Okay? Because that is a vote. The MVP is a vote upon award. MVP of the league, MVP of the Super Bowl, most valuable. What else? All these other voted awards. That people have here, and
Oh,
we've been debating and discussing for the longest as to whether Matt Ryan was going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer, whether he was going to get in the Hall of Fame at all. All of that. Because there are people that will not put him in the Hall of Fame. There are writers that say that his body of work is not enough. Winston even pointed out the fact that his broadcast career could catapult him on into the Hall of Fame, but even that is not guaranteed. So that's what I'm saying. These awards that are voted upon are all subjective. So those things, hey, congratulations if you get in. But as far as I'm concerned, versus the team goal of winning the Super Bowl, getting that great big strap of gold around your finger, that banner hanging up there, and your name etched in stone for time immemorial is far more important, and it's more solidified than what someone votes on and says, in my opinion, this person is a Hall of Famer, or is a this, or is a that. Now,
Got it. Got it. The MVP holds no weight. Got it.
Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, I did not say that.
I said,
Okay.
got it. I got it. Got you.
Okay.
Question, John. Question.
Okay.
If you had the sole vote for the 2016 MVP award, you were the sole vote. Who gets your vote?
See, the thing is, I wouldn't even pay attention to it.
But who would get your vote, John?
I wouldn't pay attention to it because, see, like I said, I would not even participate in the vote.
Well, let me ask you this then. Do you think he's undeserving of the award in 2016?
No, I would say no. He wasn't undeserving. No, because that was a heck of a year. Yeah, that was a heck of a year. Yeah.
So it holds weight.
I would not say that he would be undeserving of the vote, but it would still be my opinion. And like I said, opinion-based votes can be countermanded. Because see, say for instance, like I've already said, say for instance, one of the voters, and he was the crucial vote, he didn't have no mustard on his hot dog, and he wanted to take it out on Matt Ryan because he just couldn't stand it, and could nobody convince that man in the room to vote for him. That vote gone because okay, just like the Hall of Fame, vote. Okay, I'm still not. I still can't remember what the process is on them nominating or whatever. But when those jokers get in a room and decide who's going to be a Hall of Famer, okay, the stats are going to have to justify other people voting for that person. Okay, you're going to say, okay, I want to put Teddy Jones in the Hall of Fame. Okay, well, let's look at his career. Well, Teddy Jones, he won 600 games during the time he was playing, led the league in rushing 7 times, blah, blah, blah. But, well, I got this other dude over here, since we don't have one more slot to put in here. He's done this and he's done that. Okay, it's a vote. People have to
So,
convince other people to vote for this person versus that person, and they use the stats to justify putting this person in versus that person. Okay, and
so
in
John,
doing that,
by that
and in
logic, then right, then that means the Hall of Fame has no weight either, then, right?
no, I
By
had to get a hall.
by
I
your
had to get a Hall of Fame. I had to get a Hall of Fame. Something else. I
But
hadn't thought about that, coach. I
it's
hadn't
the
thought about
same,
that, coach.
but it's the
But
same thing, John. It's just
yeah,
by
I
percentage of
know,
vote.
I know, I
Let,
know.
let,
And see, that's why I said what I said. That's why I said what I said. See, the thing is about the Hall of Fame. I guess that holds a special reverence to me versus MVP of one season. Okay, it is a complete body of work, even though it is a voted on award. Even though it is a voted on award, I would take. It's kind of like the scripture: the day of a man's death is more important than the day of a man's birth, because the book is written,
yeah.
and you look back on the book that was written instead of one chapter.
right, but it's the same
It's the
thing though,
it's
John.
the, it's
They
the, it's
they
the
they
same
they look at
basis,
no,
but
it's the
see,
same thing. They look at
It's a
that.
shorter period of time. It's a shorter period of time. And
Right.
like
The
I
Hall
said,
of Fame is the whole, the MVP is for that year. So for the whole,
mm-hmm,
they look at the everything they look for in the Hall of Fame, they look for, except for maybe a few things in the MVP voting. I mean, they look at all your stats. They look at what you did that year. Hall of Fame, they look at what you did for that career. It's literally the same thing, just one
yeah.
encompasses a lot more. So how can
So that's
MVP not
that's
hold no base, but the Hall of Fame does?
So let me.
because go ahead, Tyler.
I was gonna
Go
say
ahead.
let me give y'all the votes on the 2016 MVP. Matt Ryan received 50% of the shares of the vote. Tom Brady got 20%. Derek Carr got 12%. Ezekiel Elliott got 12%. Aaron Rodgers got 4%. Dak Prescott got 2%. So by a
A
vast
landslide.
yes, thank you. A
Landslide.
landslide,
Yeah.
Matt Ryan
Mm-hmm.
won the MVP. He had 25 votes. The second place was Tom Brady with only 10 votes. So he
Yeah.
won by a landslide.
Yeah. He won.
You
Yeah.
got
He won by a
you
landslide.
gotta
And see, that's
actually
why I said,
remember the year that he had. Like Matt Bryant, that season we had what like the number 7 overall offense in NFL history.
All time.
All
mm-hmm.
time. Like that's some historic shit.
Oh
They
yeah. Hey,
he threw a
I
touchdown to what
agree.
13 different receivers, NFL
Correct.
record.
Mm-hmm.
Like he set so many records that year. His peak, you can that's comparable to anybody's peak. That's very comparable to anybody's peak, and he stands up with it. Now
That's true.
he only got one, but once again though, how many MVPs did Drew Brees got? He got none. Drew Brees, all them historic seasons he had, he never got an MVP award.
Yeah.
Now
And and he's the first ballot Hall of Famer.
Well, he got
yeah.
he got
Now
an
That's
MVP.
because he got a Super Bowl.
He got to win.
That's the difference. Yeah, that's the difference.
He
And
got
I
to
hate
win it.
that that's a thing.
And well, they won't be going in together, will they? If
No,
they
Nah,
if
no.
nah,
no,
Drew
nah,
okay,
Drew
they
Drew
nah.
won't be
Brees.
going in together.
Drew Brees
Drew
is up this
eligible
year.
what?
He's up this
Yeah,
year.
this coming year.
Yeah, just coming year.
He'll go in before the Super Bowl.
Oh, they are. Wait a minute.
He been out the league for 5 years.
He's already on the list for this year's Hall of
The,
Fame induction.
Yeah,
the
you know
the next voting is Drew Brees is
No,
voting.
Oh,
the
next
one
year.
coming up. The one
The
the
one
one
coming up.
coming
coming
up,
up
the very next
right before
voting
the Super Bowl.
process is Drew Brees.
Yeah,
Okay. Because they've
he'll get
already
in
selected for
this year.
2025.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Drew
2025 is
Okay.
done.
And
Drew Brees
2026,
Okay.
Drew,
he'll
Drew
go into
Brees is on the
2026.
ballot this next vote. The
for
very next vote is Drew Brees.
2026.
Yeah,
Correct.
and
right.
then Matt
And
Drew
Matt
Brees and
got what?
Eli gonna go in together.
Matt got like 4 more years.
Yep.
yeah,
2029.
and now Julio got
Four
5
more years. 4 more years for what?
Nah,
For
For
Matt
Hall
should
of
have
Fame
two.
eligibility.
He
he
should
got to
have
be
three
Oh,
years.
okay.
you got to be retired for 5 years
For
before you
Right.
get it.
It should be
eligibility.
three.
Yeah.
Who?
It's
Matt
gonna
should be
be
it should be
2 years.
3 years, and then he should be
no,
able to get voted on.
No, he
no.
retired last
He
year.
retired last year.
Oh, okay. I thought he
Uh,
retired the year before that.
Well, he just
No, he
didn't play that
retired
year,
He
last
but
just
year.
didn't
he
sit
Oh
because
yeah.
yeah,
he
yeah,
still getting
yeah,
paid
yeah. You're right.
from
You're
the
right.
injury.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
He retired last
don't
year.
worry.
Now,
Don't worry, coach. Yeah, he gonna have more than 5 before he get in. Trust me.
It don't matter either way you put it. He's still gonna go in the hall.
Of course he is.
Yeah, he's
It's
still gonna go in the hall,
ridiculous.
man.
well,
We gonna be so
we will
old. We
see
gonna be so old and great. We gonna be
because
walking there on
It ain't gonna take that long.
hasn't the question already been asked whether Matt Ryan was a Hall of Famer, and there were mixed reactions at
Hey,
that
hey,
time
Yeah,
as to whether he
Tiny,
was
can
or
you
not.
do me a favor? Tiny, can you do me a favor? Because I know you're the only one that I know for sure sitting near a computer. Can you please Google has there ever been an MVP that has not made the Hall of Fame?
I know right at the top of my head, Rich Gannon.
Yeah,
Who? Rich
yeah,
Gannon?
Yeah. And
but Rich
Cam
yeah.
Newton.
Gannon, Rich numbers won't. You know what I'm saying? Up to snuff. He had a breakout year. He was like a consistent quarterback, but he was never upper tier over the top quarterback.
Oh no,
Cam
Randall
he
Cunningham.
wasn't.
Randall Cunningham has
But
been in
but
the Hall of
but
Fame.
coach just
Cam
asked a trivia
Cam
question.
was for one. Cam ain't been eligible yet because I don't think Cam haven't officially retired yet.
Yeah, Cam ain't
Nah.
eligible, but per Google, you
I said.
got
I
you got
said
of course you got
Randall
Rich
Cunningham.
Gannon, you got Joe Theismann, you got Boomer Esiason.
Ooh, them some names there now.
So that's what Google pulled up.
Right.
Hey Tyler,
Boomer
Them
Tyler,
some
Esiason.
names.
what's that website? This was like I don't know. It was probably like a year or two ago, and we were doing the show, and you was on some website, and it's like a Hall of Fame tracker, and it shows like the probability of a player going into the Hall of Fame.
Oh yeah,
It's
yeah, I
the
remember that,
it's the
but I
Hall of
can't.
it's the Hall of Fame monitor. I'm looking at it right now. The average score for quarterbacks is 108. Matt Ryan is 106.5.
Like I said, so
Damn,
his commentary
that's
career
kind of
is gonna
high.
get him in the Hall. He gonna get in the Hall.
Yeah, well, hey, you might be right,
I'm gonna give
but
y'all. Let me give y'all some more quick
Yeah.
data. The average is 108. Matt Ryan is 106.5. Pat Mahomes is below Matt Ryan, but he gonna get in. Ben Roethlisberger is 100 even. Phillip Rivers is 98.6. Bart Starr 97.93. Russell Wilson 93.65. So Matt Ryan is right there right there on the line. It just depends
And
on how
if
the
you
So
vote feel.
and if
he the
you think
highest
if you
quarterback?
think Ben Roethlisberger not gonna get in, you crazy.
yeah, Ben Roethlisberger is
And
going
Ben
to get
has
in.
rings. And Ben has rings, and he's ranked lower than Matt Ryan.
Ben
Yeah,
Roethlisberger is going to
like
get
you
in
wrong on this one,
because
Jeff.
of the writers that are voting for him. And where are they? Up there. Most of your pro football writers are up there in New York and in that metroplex area up there. See,
See,
there's a
that's why I say ring should never be in the equation for Hall of Fame and a team sport.
John,
But see, they only
I want to ask
got
you
it for
this:
4 things, coach.
who would you say realistically, if you don't want Matt Ryan and Mentor Penix, who realistically would you like to bring in? Realistically, you can't say Vic because that's not realistic.
Well, I
Realistically,
don't know. He said it would be hard for him to come in, but
what? I mean, you got to think Vic gonna be coaching a college football team. That's not realistic. He ain't gonna have time to mentor nobody that's not on his team. Realistically,
I told you my plan. Just keep
I
him
say
away when the
Warren
playoffs.
Moon. And since someone told me that Warren Moon is mentoring him anyway already, so
Oh,
now
okay.
I don't have any data, any empirical data to say, any
So,
firm data to say that that's happening. But I would say Warren Moon.
so you want a player who hasn't played anywhere near this decade, anywhere near the type of football that is played now to mentor your new star quarterback.
What's different about the football that's played now from the quarterback position? A man that has 70,000 yards total between the NFL and CFL with numerous championships.
hold on, coach.
First
Let me answer him,
ballot
coach.
Hall of Fame.
Let me ask you this: what's the difference between Warren Moon and Matt Ryan? Because to me, and I'm trying to be objective, I think they have a
Okay.
parallel career. Two non
This right here.
two non Super Bowl winning quarterbacks.
Yeah.
It's a glaring reason for that.
This
Teddy, you ain't
right
even gotta
here.
ask. Is he
Oh,
pointing at it? Is he pointing at himself?
but
I can't see.
but let me say this, John. Let me say this.
And the reason. Okay, go ahead, Tidy.
Let
Go
me
ahead,
say this.
Tidy.
I get the choking standpoint, but I would argue this: Warren Moon was never even in position to choke. He never even got a position to choke in a Super Bowl. At least Matt Ryan
No,
was there.
not in a Super Bowl,
At
but he
least
won. But he's won championships.
yeah, but not a Super Bowl.
No,
Not a
Put
I
them
Super Bowl.
side
understand.
by
I
side. Put them side
understand
by
that
side.
100%. But he's
It's
been
easy to
in
see.
a championship situation. Okay, the pressure is still there. Not as great as the NFL, mind you, but the
It's big.
pressure is still there. And this man has championship because Tidy, there are a lot of people that don't even regard National Football League championships prior to the Super Bowl. Oh, that don't mean nothing. That wasn't a Super Bowl, but it's a championship nonetheless.
John, do you think Warren Moon was vastly better than Matt Ryan as an NFL quarterback?
Yes.
How? On what scale? How?
Put
Well,
them side by side, and that's
I
your answer,
come
Toddy.
on,
Easily.
coach. Let me answer the question, coach.
It's
Coach, let
easy.
me answer
I
the
don't know
question.
why we're beating around it. It's easy.
I
Look
ain't
at
beating
them.
around
That's the
nothing.
difference. That's the
I'm not beating
difference.
around nothing. Look, Matt Ryan. I have been in Matt Ryan behind ever since 2010. Ever since 2010, because Matt Ryan has not progressed from 2010 until 2015. Okay, he didn't progress between 2010 and 2015. And when Kyle Shanahan got here, he made Matt Ryan what he was in 2016. His quarterback rating exploded after Kyle Shanahan got his foot out of his behind and he went to quarterback camp.
Okay, John.
It's just that simple for me.
John.
Okay.
All right,
But Warren Moon, and the reason why I bring up Warren Moon has been a star, has been, same thing with Steve Young, because Tidy asked me a question realistically who I could bring in. Now he's telling me I can't bring in Vic because Vic is going to be
that's not realistic, John. He can't do
well, that's why I'm explaining why you're saying
that's
that it's
like
not realistic.
that's like asking Dion to mentor AJ Terrell. He ain't got the time.
Okay, but if he had the time, I would say him. If he
Okay,
had the time, I would say Michael Vick
so
because they have so much
Now,
in common.
now,
but that's all right. Let me say this, John.
Hmm.
Since you bring up choking, Warren Moon in the playoffs, his playoff record was 3-7 in the playoffs.
Hmm.
Also in the playoffs, Warren
Yeah.
Moon had 17 touchdowns to 14 interceptions, and his passer rating was 84.9. Now
Hmm.
I get he played in a different era, but Matt Ryan, his numbers in the playoffs were vastly better than Warren Moon's. And his
Okay.
playoff record was a little bit better than Moon.
Did
And
he
he went
have
to
a
a Super Bowl.
Julio? Did Warren Moon have a Julio?
Oh my God.
Well, Warren Moore had a trio of
Now they
receivers
had an
that
explosive offense now.
yeah,
Now that run and shoot and that
yeah,
run and shoot was explosive. And see
yeah.
the reason why I'm talking about Warren Moon is because Warren Moon had an arm. Okay, Michael Vick had an arm. All
And they
right,
also look like Michael Penix.
and whether they look like Michael Penix, and I say it's Steve Young too, Coach. Did you forget
I
that?
ain't, I ain't heard
Did you?
that at all.
I did say Steve Young. Okay, I did say Steve Young because he's a lefty. All right,
Man, Steve
and
Young better go mentor Brock Purdy and get him right.
Steve
yeah,
Young
well,
ain't
see,
he ain't mentoring
Shanahan.
nobody.
See, hold up. Now, Winston, I don't think that Shanahan want him touching him because, see, the thing is, Shanahan has him on a real short leash. That man can't even argue.
But see, John, this is the thing. This thing like quarterbacks like Steve Young, Warren Moon, Tom Brady, Dan Marino, like these guys, they don't want to reach back and mentor guys unless you're gonna pay them $200,000 a session. And who gonna pay that? You know,
Well, how much was Ritter paying? What's his name to? Because he was Carson Palmer's brother was
Whoever really paid don't bring him nowhere near Atlanta.
Car- uh, 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 um,
Jordan Palmer.
yeah, Jordan Palmer was mentoring or
No, he was
had
a
a quarterback.
he's his quarterback coach.
He
Quarterback
was his
coach and
quarterback
mentor
coach.
two different things.
So see, okay.
right,
Now that you said that, what is the difference between mentoring and coaching?
All right, so
go ahead, Wes.
quarterback coach is more towards your technique. It's tweaking so you get a faster release, be more accurate, all that stuff. Mentoring is more on your mental side. Hey, look, so when you come to the land and you see such and such and such, like here's your key toward this is what that defense they're running. So 9 times out of 10, the heat coming from this man. Your hot read should be this and this, that, and the third, da 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 da. Da. That's mentoring. Mentoring is more, hey, you want to sustainability in your career. All right, you gonna have to get your meal plan together. You know what I'm saying? Work out like this. Get your, you know, your stretches and all that stuff. Mentoring is shaping your mind.
Yes,
Quarterback coach is shaping your technique.
yes,
Well,
exactly.
well, hey, well, you got the wrong man coming here for that.
The man
How?
got an
How,
MVP.
John?
He
How?
Neo,
got
no,
an
no, no, no,
MVP.
no. Wait a minute. I'm going strictly on what Winston said.
But he was
I'm going
right
strictly
though.
on what Winston said. Okay. What meal plan? Matt Ryan looked like Woody from Toy Story.
And
But
Ryan
John,
was
There
an
we
How
go.
Iron Man.
in the
There we
world?
go. There
Wait a
we
but
minute.
go.
Michael
John,
Matt
Penix.
Ryan was an Iron Man though.
but right, he only
How
missed
many
No,
three
how many years
games.
did
yeah,
Matt Ryan
yeah,
get?
yeah,
He only missed
yeah.
three
He was
games.
just wiry
But John,
because they were knocking the snot out of him.
but John, you got to keep in mind a lot of that is genetics though. Matt Ryan can't. That's all genetics.
Yeah, I mean look
Oh,
at Tom
okay.
Brady. Tom,
All right. All
Tom
right.
Brady
Hey,
was
you
never
making
cut
my
up.
point, Tidy. You making my point.
Tom Brady was never cut up,
Genetically,
but mind
genetically.
sharp
Now,
as a tick.
Oh, but John, you okay? You got to give us an inch now. If a guy has played 14 years as a starter and only missed three games, he can teach you what you need to do to keep your body in NFL playing conditions so you don't miss a bunch of games. Hey, don't take this hit. Do this. Eat this. Go to sleep at this time. Eat this. Don't do this. Don't drink this. Don't smoke this. This is how you get your body and your mind ready for a grueling NFL season. A guy that only missed 3 games in 14 years, he can teach you that, John.
What did Matt Ryan do to keep his body to keep his body straight, except throwing the ball away or falling down behind the line?
I mean,
Tidy,
hey,
we had, but
sometimes sometimes you gotta be smart enough to live to
You
play
just
another
answered your
down.
own question.
isn't that a prerequisite
Nah,
Not
not necessarily. Because
not necessarily.
for a quarterback?
if you got a gunslinger, they're gonna try to
Well,
force the
was
ball.
Matt Ryan a gunslinger?
That's what I'm saying.
Here's the answer.
Matt Ryan was more cerebral than athletic. He's more cerebral than athletic. Same thing with Tom Brady. He's more cerebral. Same thing with Peyton Manning and Drew Brees. They're more cerebral than athletic.
And to answer your question, John, the
They
prime
start the game
example
for
of
you.
that is RG3. So clearly every quarterback don't know to get down or throw the ball away or
Cam Newton.
whatever. Yeah, Cam Newton. No, I said RG3 because he took that hit from Abraham and that was the end of his career. He never he was done after that. He could never stay healthy after that.
But I still think that would still be a prerequisite because there are quarterbacks that know all of those things and still, just like I say, Barkowski, our quarterback, shoot, he didn't really transcend or really didn't do much until after he had 2 knee operations because of how bad our offensive line was. Chris Miller. Um, uh, Man, there are many quarterbacks that get hurt even knowing how to, or being cerebral or whatever. Prior to the running quarterback, as they like to term it, quarterbacks were getting killed in the NFL, knowing what they're supposed to do when pressure comes. But there are times when, and I always hear this. There are times the quarterback know he's about to get hit. He know he's going to get hit when he releases this ball, but he hung in there and delivered the pass. Okay, and that was true prior to Michael Vick coming out, prior to Cam Newton coming out. So I guess this is I kind of a subjective situation as far as what a quarterback knows, what
Why
a
you
quarterback doesn't know, what he does and what he doesn't do. But my thing is, and see, this is the thing with me. And I'm using Winston's definition. I'm using Winston's definition as to the difference between coaching and mentoring.
Oh,
Somebody about to say something? Okay.
man.
No, you got it.
As far as diet, as far as exercise, routine, things of that sort, these are two different people. What works for Matt Ryan is not going to work for Michael Penix because Michael Penix is in far, far better shape than Matt Ryan ever was.
So
So
so let me ask you this, John. So do you think by Matt mentoring him and applying knowledge that he can add some things to his regimen to make him an overall better player?
no.
Why?
Oh,
The man asked me a question, coach. I said no. That's how
Why?
I
say
feel.
that. I didn't say
Yeah,
nothing,
yeah,
bro.
you did. I thought you were gonna doggone drop a transmission. All of that breathing and stuff you were doing.
So so he can't teach them nothing from what he learned in the 2016 season when he was NFL MVP. He can't teach them from when he had his best career in 2017 as far as
I,
stats
I
wise.
would I
It
would
was
I would
2017,
say
right, Ty? Wasn't it?
2018. I think it was
2018.
2018. I
Yeah,
think it was
16,
2018.
18.
Okay, 2018. He can't teach him the
Okay.
metrics.
Now the only slack I give y'all, Matt Ryan will teach him more than what these people he has coaching him will teach him.
That's
I'll
our
agree to.
that's
I
our
agree.
point, John.
And
That's our point. So
but
it's like
but
it's like if you go to public school and then you got this tutor from private school that's gonna volunteer his time to teach you stuff that the public school won't teach you, and you say, "No, I'm just gonna stick with the public school system." It's like, why wouldn't you take the tutor from the private school?
it depends on what they trying to teach you in the private school, because there is a difference. Because I remember my ex put my son in private school for a year. I had to snatch that boy out of there, because see, the thing is that in addition to learning reading, writing, arithmetic, and all the stuff that you learn, you got to learn some street smart. And see, the thing is, if you stay in private school from kindergarten all the way through, you can't come in the hood. You can't come in the hood. There's too much game in the hood. There's some
But
game that you need to learn.
John, let's be honest. This is Atlanta, Georgia. Do we want our quarterback in the hood? Let's be real. Do we want him in the bluff? Do we want him on Bankhead? Do we want him in the trenches in Zone 6? Or do we want him out of Santa Springs, Alpharetta, studying his playbook? Let's be real now.
I want him studying his playbook.
John, the last quarterback we had hanging in the hoods in Atlanta, we know what happened to him.
Mm-hmm. But what happened to him didn't happen to him in the hoods of Atlanta. It happened to him back home with his people.
Oh no.
Now I remember all the little stuff that was going on or whatever that was happening.
The influence of the environments of being in the hood contributed to the downfall of that quarterback in Atlanta. I'm gonna be honest. I don't want my quarterback in the hood. I want him out. I want him in the outskirts.
Okay, you're right about that part. But see, I don't want my quarterback to be so stiff and book-minded that he does not have certain things that makes him improvise.
Let me ask you this, John.
That makes him think out of the box.
Let me ask you this.
Matt Ryan was a professional instruction follower.
But let me ask you
this.
Do you think Pat Mahomes is hanging in the hoods in St. Louis?
Oh no. I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I rest my case.
case.
But I don't want, and that's another thing. I don't want no professional instruction follower either.
Right,
because that's exactly what Matt Ryan was. He was a professional instruction follower. And man, I still see that article. After the Super Bowl where Brian Finneran was talking to Steak Shapiro about how Matt Ryan was walking around there talking about we should be running the ball. Well, damn it. Why didn't you?
Right.
I mean,
quarterback, dumb dog.
I mean,
you supposed to be number one on the team, and you acting like, man, you acting like a waiter.
Okay, so let me ask y'all this: what game did that happen in?
The Super Bowl.
So he got to the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he got to the Super Bowl. So with that being said, don't you think a guy who got there and failed can tell another guy, hey man, if you get here, don't do this. Do this. Learn from my mistake.
I hope that
which is why I
would
said,
that qualify? Wait a minute. Would that qualify as mentoring? Would that qualify as mentoring, or would that qualify as, hey, let me give you a little piece of advice?
Both.
And go on about your business. And go on about your business.
It's the same thing, which is why I said
that's not the same thing. That's not the same thing. No, it's not.
If you give somebody advice, John, you're mentoring them.
Locker room every day.
No, hey,
He can like call him
if
on the
you give
phone
him a
and can
Wait a
offer a
minute.
couple of lunches.
I thought mentoring was a continuous advice giving, a a grooming, a molding. I thought that's what mentoring was.
correct.
But see, thing is, just for you to say that, son, I've been there before. Don't do what I did. And hey, Nick Foles didn't have no problem. Nick Foles didn't have no problem. He just didn't do it. Doug Peterson, as the head coach, hey, he listened to the quarterback. He was the one. The quarterback suggested that they run the Philly special. Okay, the quarterback suggested it, and the coach said, "Okay, go ahead and do that." But
But
Matt Ryan, they sent a play in. They had called 3 run plays. Freeman loses a yard on the first play. Kyle Shanahan gets in the headset, calls a pass play with Julio making the catch of the Super Bowl down on the 22-yard line. You're supposed to preserve the yard. You got
John,
numerous players like Roddy White saying, "Man, I'd have jumped off sides if that fool had called
but
that pass."
much respect to Roddy, but he is coming from the sideline just like we were. He was not in the huddle. Julio
So
was in the huddle.
Yes, he was,
Sanu was in the huddle, but John, those are the best. But John, those are
do
the
you
best.
devalue what he said?
so
To an extent, yeah.
No, I can't.
Because he's talking from the sideline. Oh, I would have did this. I would have did. You wasn't on the field though. Julio was on the field. Sanu was on the field. Gabriel was on the field. Jake Matthews was on the field. The best person to teach you about
Somebody that went through it.
somebody who went through it.
Okay,
even on top, hold on, John. Even
find me
on
some
top of
other
that,
Super Bowl winners, losers, but
All right.
this one,
John,
no.
Oh,
John,
go
hey John,
ahead,
can I ask
go
you a
ahead, coach.
question?
Go ahead,
Can I
coach.
ask you a question? We can all agree that you say here professional. What's the word you use?
Instruction follower,
Okay, so his
read
professional.
robot,
Hold
robot.
on. His professional instruction following got uh numerous people, multiple touchdowns, correct? And just bear with me, just give me a yes or no. His professional instruction following got multiple people touchdowns that season, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. His professional instruction following got him an MVP that season, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. His professional instruction following had him breaking records that year, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, his professional instruction following led the Falcons all the way to the Super Bowl, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and his professional instruction following had the Falcons up 21-3 at halftime, correct?
Nope.
See, you
It
can't
was
even have a
it was
clown. You can't.
it was
It's crazy.
14. Ho. Let me answer. It was 14-3. There was an interception that was
Okay,
returned for a
okay,
touchdown.
okay. All right, 14-3, right?
Okay.
His
Yep.
professional instruction following got him 14-3 in the Super Bowl, right?
Yep.
Okay, so if his professional instruction following got through all the entire year, made him do all that, you mean to tell me when he is trusting the people that's giving him the instructions for him to be the professional instruction follower, he has not let him down all season, but now he's supposed to rail against the machine when he has been listening to those give him the instructions all year and have done what he has done all year. Now he's supposed to rail against them who has given him the instructions. He's been trusting them all year, but now you want him to go against them when he's been listening to them all year and it has paid off. That's what you're telling me.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay,
You want to know why? You want to know
Exactly what
why?
I'm
that's
saying.
crazy.
Yeah.
That's
No. No.
crazy.
No. Yeah. No. You want to know why?
No, it ain't crazy.
Because
It ain't
in
crazy.
2015, when
We're not
Matt
talking about
Ryan,
2015. We're talking about 2016.
let me
That's a
finish. Let
specific
me
question.
finish.
You're not
Let
answering
me
the question.
finish. Let me
Okay.
finish.
Let
Let
him
me
finish,
finish.
coach.
There's a red light on your corner. I got the green and the arrow. The difference is in 2015, Matt Ryan and Kyle Shanahan were going back and forth the same way that it was about to be with Aaron Rodgers and Matt LaFleur about audibly. They came to an agreement after 2015 that Matt Ryan would be allowed to audible. And he did in the 2016 year. Okay? He did in the 2016 year. All the way up to the Super Bowl. So while he was a professional instruction follower, he had the ability to audible. Okay? Now, when a coach calls a play, when a coach calls a play, you as the franchise quarterback, $100 million man. This was what? This was his second contract when the title that he had when he went to the Super Bowl. Second $100 million contract.
105, I think, over 5 years.
Okay, this was your second $105 million contract. You the franchise quarterback. Your coach has said we're gonna run the ball 3 times. All right. You lose a yard. You on the 22-yard line. You in field goal range already. You're on the 22-yard line.
And you need to get timeouts out the Patriots' hands, dum-dum.
And
it's just clear. It's just clear. Y'all have never played
so
sports.
No. See, like I'm saying, every other quarterback in the NFL, if they come to the line and they're not comfortable with the call, you either call timeout and we discuss it, or you change the call at the line. You had a run, and the thing was, people trying to say, I remember some people trying to tell me, well, they weren't in a formation to run the ball. You got a running back right beside you. You got 5 down linemen.
But see,
you are in a run. You can run the ball.
But see, this is all just intricate,
or just fall down.
But
fall.
But hear me out. This is all intricate decision making. This is not mentorship. We're talking about 2 totally different things.
Oh, no. See, Coach asked me that question. See, I'm answering Coach's question. Right. I'm not talking about the mentorship part. But Coach asked me a sidebar question.
But what I'm saying is, like, good or bad decision making in a half a split second should not make you say this guy should not be a mentor. You know, because
you're right.
I'm just gonna say this: if Michael Penix can get to a Super Bowl, whether we win or lose it, we won because he got to a Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. We just can only hope things go differently if we get there again with Penix. But if Penix can get to a Super Bowl, we won. We won.
Yes, and see, hey, I don't know if I could just wholesale say, well, Matt Ryan, or praise Matt Ryan. I don't think I could say that, but there would be something that I could not argue about is that ring. Okay, I couldn't argue about the ring. Matt Ryan got us a Super Bowl. Hey, I congratulated him when he went further than Chris Chandler.
Yeah, I remember that.
I said, hey, he did better than Chris Chandler. But, I had to kind of take it back because, see, now that particular team back in 1998 had a better record. We had a better record. That record that we had going to the Super Bowl was the same record that Matt Ryan had his first year, 11-5, going into the playoffs. But my thing is about that. My thing is that John. I remember that kind of stuff because I'm a Falcon. I suffered long. I've suffered long with this team.
I don't know why I remember sports stats, but I remember.
Yeah. I suffer along with that. But see, my problem is I've been following Matt Ryan ever since he got here. Okay, chronicling things that have taken place about him, Julio, the team. What Red was talking about, the 24-2 debacle where we shot 2 free throws in the Meadowland. You know,
Yeah.
all of that stuff, all of
Both
that
act like
stuff.
we pulling this shit out our ass. We've been
Yeah.
watching this shit for years, over multiple seasons.
I mean, you
When
really are. Though.
and then when I have people were trying to compare Matt Ryan to Tom Brady right there at the Super Bowl. Okay, Tom Brady, like I always chronicle about him, Tom Brady, after that first year where he took over for Drew Bledsoe, that man went to quarterback camp every freaking year. He developed a workout plan. He developed nutritional plans. Matter of fact, he's selling them. I would get Tom Brady for Michael Penix.
You're not gonna get Tom Brady to mentor Michael
Well,
Penix. That's
I
not gonna happen.
hey, you asking about it realistically. Now,
Yeah, but
why wouldn't Tom Brady do it?
because Tom Brady just don't mentor guys, especially Falcons players. The only guy you can say that Tom Brady is mentoring is Shador Sanders, and that's because of Deion Sanders' relationship. He's not finna
And
mentor. He's not finna mentor Michael Penix. Why? For what?
and Brady a minority owner for the Raiders.
There you
Like
go.
that's a conflict.
I mean, is that a problem?
Yeah, that's a conflict
Conflict for who?
But
because you sitting there
Well, you know what?
you're
Now,
interfering. You're developing another franchise quarterback. Like
but
but
that's messing with the competitive edge. So like, all right, let's say Brady
You
mentors
would do your
Penix.
own before you do another team.
Yeah,
right.
but let's say Brady mentor Penix and
who
Penix
they got out there?
just tank. All right, and Penix just doesn't live up to be who we think he could be. He come out there looking like Ritter. All right, technically that's a competitive edge that you done sat there and skewed because you decided to mentor this person. Like he legally can't do that.
And not only that, John, you got to keep in mind, like
See,
it,
I
it,
don't know.
everybody would
Oh,
want Tom
oh,
Brady to mentor their quarterback. Tom Brady ain't just finna mentor anybody. You gonna have to have a relationship with you, like he got with Dion. That's the only reason he mentors Shador right now. And that's a little bit of my point. Like these all-time greats, they're just not reaching back into the league and mentoring guys. Steve Young been retired for damn near 30 years, and he don't even mentor San Francisco quarterbacks. He like F them. You know, yeah, y'all ain't paying me enough money to come out there and talk to these dudes. You got quarterbacks on the same team who don't reach back and mentor young guys. Aaron Rodgers said,
you're absolutely right.
Aaron Rodgers said, Brett Favre never mentored me. And we was in the same locker room. He never mentored me.
So okay, now you make a good point, Toddy. So why do you need a mentor anyway? Do you really need one?
You don't
Does
really
it
need
hurt?
one, but it's a benefit to have one.
Did
This,
it benefit? I mean, Aaron Rodgers did
this,
just fine in his
this
career. Same
uh,
thing with Brett Favre.
a mentor, like, okay, let me say this about Matt Ryan. We all agree Matt Ryan didn't have the biggest or the strongest arm. He definitely didn't. He wasn't the most athletic. He wasn't the most. He couldn't run the best. But the thing about Matt, the reason he survived so long in the league is because he had a high football IQ. He studied film. He broke down film. He could break down defenses. That's what helped this guy who was slow, somewhat uncoordinated, didn't have a big arm. That's how he survived in the league for 14 years. Now, you can feel however you want to feel about him, but you at least got to give a guy credit for being an NFL starter for 14 years and being productive. So his mind and his football IQ, he can give some of that to Michael Penix, who is more athletic than him. Okay, this how you break down film. This is when you know this guy's coming in for the blitz. You know, that's the part of the mentorship that can help Michael Penix out. It's not so much that he's gonna be his coach. It's just gonna be the guy that he can lean on. Hey man, Kyle Pitts is complaining about his targets. How did you handle this when Julio complained about his targets? You know, what kind of training should I do in the offseason? That's
Oh no, not that one. Not that one.
Yeah,
Not that
yeah.
one.
John, you
Not
can't
that one.
He
you
missed three.
you
That man missed three
you can't.
games, bro.
Yeah, you can't disqualify a guy who only missed 3 games, John, in the
No, no,
NFL.
no. I'm not disqualifying the fact that he only missed 3 games. I'm disqualifying how he only missed 3 games.
But you
The
can't
the
do that
the
though, John.
yeah.
John, John.
The
But
methodology
but John,
was he just lucky?
it don't matter. Whatever he did,
Oh
it
yeah, it
worked.
does.
No, it don't. Whatever he did. Let me ask you this: How
It might
many
have
how
might not have
many
been what he
guys
did.
out of thousands of starting quarterbacks? How many
Mm-hmm.
started for 14 years and only missed 3 games outside of Brett Favre? Out the top of your head, without googling, you can't name it. You can't name more than 2. So whatever
No,
he
no.
did,
But if I had a chance to look, I know I could find one.
that's my point. Without googling, so whatever he did worked for him. So
Yes.
if you could pass just a little bit of that knowledge to this young kid coming up in Atlanta, pass it to him. It's better than TJ Yates. It's better than DJ Williams. It's better than whoever DJ
Yeah,
Shockley.
we have no argument there.
And you got to think we are a franchise that is not quarterback rich. So Tom Brady is not going to come knocking on the door. Pat Mahomes not going to come knocking on the door. Warren Moon not going to knock on the door. Dan Marino is not going to knock on the door. John Elway is not going to knock on the door. None of these guys that we're talking about, they're not going to knock on the Atlanta Falcons door because honestly, they don't care if we ever win a Super Bowl. They don't care. They do not care. So when you got guys that have a vested interest in the Falcons being successful, you can't shut the door on these guys. It's just like if Roddy White wanted to come and mentor, because Julio ain't gonna do it, much as I love him. Julio ain't gonna come mentor Drake London. But if Roddy White come out there and mentor Drake London, you can't say, well, nah, Roddy, you went Julio. You can't do it.
Oh, I can definitely agree with Roddy White mentoring somebody. I can go along with that 100%.
But how can you not agree with Matt Ryan doing it? Matt,
Because I'll tell you real simple.
John, Matt
I'll tell
Ryan,
you real simple.
John, Matt Ryan, whether you agree or not, Matt Ryan was a better quarterback than Roddy White was a receiver. He was. At the end of the day, he was a better.
Wait a minute.
He was a better quarterback than Roddy was a receiver. He was.
But how? Okay. But Tidy, when Roddy White was his number one receiver, it was Roddy White because it's a symbiotic relationship between quarterback and wide receiver to get
That's
the
true.
yard. Okay. Some of the junk that Matt Ryan was throwing to Roddy White, as well as Julio, they made gasoline out of goat piss.
But who threw the ball?
Matt Ryan threw it. But John, going back.
John, let me say this, John. No matter what you say about Matt Ryan, you will never get Roddy White to say anything.
No, you won't. You won't.
That's my point. So you can't.
Yeah, you won't.
You can't lean on one side. You can't lean on one side. You can't lean on one side and not give credit to the other. You got Roddy, you got Tony, you got Julio.
I'm giving him all the credit that he threw the ball.
You got Calvin Ridley, all these wide receiver greats who have gave nothing but praise to Matt Ryan.
Now, okay, that's fine. They can do that. They can do that. That if they love Matt Ryan like that, they can do that. But me watching the game, me seeing what was going on from the time he got here until he retired, okay, critiquing things that he did right as well as what he did wrong, I still have to say that Matt Ryan, he did throw the ball. But a lot of times the receivers had to make gasoline out of goat piss from the throws that he made. Okay? Especially Roddy White. Roddy White is not going to say Matt Ryan was a bad quarterback because overall he wasn't a bad quarterback. Okay? No, Matt Ryan was not a bad quarterback. I'm not going to say that he was a bad quarterback, but Matt Ryan had flaws. Okay. And it would be on a game by game basis that Roddy White would get pissed off at Matt Ryan because of certain things that he did. He would put people in harm's way. Same thing with Julio. Okay. Now, because of those things that I've witnessed and that I've chronicled about where he placed the ball on a slant, where the ball is supposed to be. Ball's supposed to be out in front of you, not behind you, where you have to reach for the ball. And you throw an interception because you threw behind a person. You sit up here and stared at a receiver, and then you're wondering, since Julio is your number one receiver, he's in triple coverage, you still staring at him, and all three people come over and get the ball. I'm critiquing him on those things because the
But
thing was, while Shanahan was here, he stopped doing it.
but
Soon as
John,
Shanahan left, he started back doing the
John,
same things that he was coached out of from doing. So that's
you
what I'm
but,
disqualifying him
but John,
because of those things.
you were being a victim of familiarity. Every quarterback does that. Even the all-time greats.
No.
There is only a handful of quarterbacks that don't have that accusation at them. Tom Brady, Pat Mahomes, guys like that who are just in the upper echelon. But and those guys are aliens. All the humans, all the other human quarterbacks, they all do that. All of them. You as much as he whooped our ass, you go talk to some Saints fans, they'll tell you some stuff about Drew Brees. Like, oh man, Drew Brees, this, Drew Brees. There's only like 4 or 5 quarterbacks that are just aliens. And you never gonna get those. Those are just special talented guys. Those are the LeBrons and the Michael Jordans and the Kobe's, the Barry Bonds.
I agree. I agree with you.
Those guys are all aliens. And see, the thing about being an alien, you're an alien for a reason. You don't hear Tom Brady reaching back to mentor Drake May. You ain't heard that at all. You ain't heard John Elway reaching back to mentor this guy and this guy. Like these all-time greats that sit on this upper echelon of quarterbacks, they not just trying to come back and reach back. So when you got a guy who's not an alien like Matt Ryan, hey man, do this. It's not gonna hurt Michael Penix. It's not gonna hurt him. At the end of the day, Michael Penix is gonna be his own man at the end of the day. But if you have a guy who's done it for a long period of time, who has had some success, is just gonna say, hey man, try this, do this. It's not going to hamper your quarterback. It's not.
I think that it would be just like pouring waste grease out of a fryer into a strainer.
Yeah, you say Michael. This is what annoys me,
I
man.
mean, because thing is that, oh man, excuse me, I just got a crazy old message. Okay, at any rate, I can't go over there. Don't go over there.
Stay out force and industrial.
Why are you lying? Why are you lying? But at any rate, see the thing is with me, and what you're saying is true. Familiarity, I know this one. And because I know this one, I know that it would be a colossal waste of time. Because there are certain things, because see, we used to discuss this at work all the time. There were people at my job that said Matt Ryan plays like he learned how to play quarterback out of a book. There's no instinctiveness. There's no stuff that you would learn playing street football. That you would know playing street football or football in a field with your friends that Matt Ryan didn't do.
Keep them street quarterbacks away from my pro quarterback. That's all.
No. I am not suggesting. I am not suggesting this.
Tony, you gotta learn to read between the lines. You gotta read between the lines.
My point is that there are things like Matt Ryan. because it wasn't just me. Like I said, a lot of people, we would meet down at section 100. We meet down there in section 100 at halftime. Matt Ryan, you know what he do? If they tell him to throw to Roddy White, I don't care if 14 men hanging off of Roddy White, he gonna throw it over there because he gonna look at him until he see he open or think he open. He gonna throw it over there.
But he was successful, John. He was successful.
But he was successful. Well, now, what do you mean by that, Ty? Now, what do you mean he was successful? He got the pass completed.
This is what I mean. I'm gonna tell you what I mean, and you gotta feel me on this.
I'm listening.
You had a guy who came to a uber terrible franchise consistently and notoriously, who came and had a very good career in a very putrid franchise. It's just like Ronald Acuna or Freddie Freeman. They came to a putrid franchise and they had a great career in a putrid franchise. So if you're not going to Pittsburgh, Green Bay, New England, Kansas City, guys like that, Philadelphia, you did good for what you were given. It's like a guy who come from the hood and there ain't nobody in his family ever made over $50,000. And this is a guy who came and made $200,000 and he retired and he living good. He ain't a millionaire, but he living good. But from the environment he came from, you got to consider that. You got to consider this is the Falcons. We ain't never had shit. You know? So for a guy
I agree.
So for a guy who came and won an MVP, went to 2 NFC championships game and a Super Bowl that he should have won, hey man, you gotta applaud that guy. You gotta hope the guy that comes. Check this out though. You gotta hope the guy that comes behind him can push the envelope further.
True. You're absolutely right. And now let me hit this from this other angle.
Go ahead.
Who mentored Matt Ryan?
Nobody that I know of.
So is a mentor necessary in order to have that type of success? Because Matt Ryan, according to what you just built up, he didn't have a mentor and he was quote unquote successful.
But John, what if he had that mentor though? Maybe if he had that mentor,
he would have been way better than what he was.
That's
that he would have been so and you're Tidy, you're absolutely right. Because see, who would he have okay. He would have had someone to mentor him that was, I would imagine, successful.
Right.
Okay. Won a Super Bowl or two. Man, who were the quarterbacks back when Matt Ryan was there?
Bartkowski and
I mean, there's only one who could mention Matt Ryan. I mean, if you look at their careers, and that would be Chris, because no other quarterback took the Falcons to the Super Bowl. So Chris would be the only one, that you could say, in hindsight, that would be good to mention Matt Ryan. It's Chris. You see, this is what Toddy just alluded to. This is what's crazy. As Toddy just said, this has been a historically horrible franchise. And the one man who came in here had a MVP career, gets the most smoke is beyond bananas to me. We don't talk about Chris. We don't talk about Chris Chandler week in, week out, day in, day out. We don't talk about any other quarterback week in, week out. Some give Michael Vick this praise that is just asinine to me for one reason and one reason only. We definitely understand that, and that's the only reason Matt Ryan gets.
What's that reason, Coach?
Is because he's not black.
No. That's not why. That's not why. That's not why I praise Michael Vick. That's not why I praise Michael Vick.
How does Michael Vick get all this praise and he did literally nothing for the Atlanta Falcons? Not a thing. What did he do for the Falcons?
The only thing Vic did
other than brings people to
Atlanta.
exactly. Exactly.
That was
Other
it.
than bring
But
excitement to
actually,
Atlanta, he
winning
did
wise, he didn't
nothing.
really change anything for us. Now
Okay.
he
And
had the
in fact,
potential.
in fact, in fact, in
He had
fact,
the
he set the
potential.
Falcons backwards. In
He
fact,
has
he
the
set the
potential.
Falcons
He had the
backwards.
potential to take us somewhere. He had the potential. Not knocking it at all. But for his body of work, the Michael Vick experience for a frailing franchise was the hottest ticket around. And people go off of nostalgia instead of actual factual stuff. Like the nostalgia of having a quarterback with a cannon for an arm and he can run circles around people. It was amazing. But what did he do? Did he get to the NFC Championship? Did he get to a Super Bowl? Did he get us a ring? Like,
It was
what did he
a
do?
completely,
He
a
did
complete,
get to the NFC Championship now.
Did he get to
the
the Super
same,
Bowl?
the same critiques you just gave Matt Ryan for 45 minutes. He was way better than Vic. Vic was inaccurate as hell. The only thing Vic could do
No,
very
no,
well
he
was, what do you
wasn't.
mean? No.
Yeah,
Oh
he
my God.
was,
Okay.
John.
No,
When
no,
Oh my
no.
God.
He
Look,
yeah,
was
look,
in
look,
there.
when
look,
when
He
when
had a
Vic
Super Bowl
look.
because he had a
whenever
cannon.
whenever Vic got to the NFC
You had
Championship
a
game, he got
young Roddy
neutralized.
White. You had a young Roddy White that couldn't catch the ball.
John. This is why
Come
I
on
always
Come
now.
got to
on,
step in.
man.
Oh, okay,
Come on
John,
Okay,
now.
John.
jump on in, Ty.
This is why I got to step in. That's where being a real leader comes in. That Michael Vick would be the first person to tell you he was the last person in the room and he was the first person to leave. So when you got a young Roddy White who couldn't
And he
catch a
didn't watch
cold,
film.
right? That's because you got a bad leader at quarterback. And that's
No.
why,
Uh, uh,
hold on,
uh,
John, hold on. Give me just a moment.
okay,
That's
y'all.
that's why one thing you hear Roddy give Vic props, but you don't never hear Roddy talk about how Vic helped him become a better player. You ever notice that? But you always hear Roddy talk about how Matt came in, how Julio talk about how Matt came in. Calvin Ridley talks about how Matt came in. It helped him become a better player. That's the difference between a good leader and a bad leader. I love Michael Vick, met him in person, talked to him, but I'm gonna be honest. He was a bad leader. He was immature. He was a bad leader. He set a bad example in the locker room.
I
You
do you
had
one better.
go ahead.
Vic himself said, I did not learn how to play quarterback until I was in prison, and Tony Dungy kept visiting me and was teaching me how to play quarterback. Tony Dungy mentored Vic. When Vic went to Philly, that's why you saw an entirely different Vic. Tony Dungy mentored him.
That's a qualified mentor.
See what I'm saying?
That's a qualified mentor.
And then when Vic got to Philly, yeah, he was still running around, but he wasn't running around nowhere near as much. He was effective in the pocket.
Yeah, because we didn't have anybody here to mentor him. We didn't.
But
So so
Michael
Vic,
Vick was in the same predicament that Michael Penix is in right now.
but
but
John, that's
That
all
Desmond Ritter was in.
that's
that's the
our
whole point of
that's
Matt
our
Ryan trying to
point, John.
mentor him.
That's our point. You gotta
I,
keep
I, I'm not arguing your point.
you
I'm
gotta
not
keep
arguing your point.
you
I've
you you
already said that you have a good point.
you gotta keep building until you get that Super Bowl winner that can start giving back to the village. So you gotta keep building up.
Well,
So
well,
so let me say this. Matt Ryan gives back to the village, just like Michael Vick gave back to the village. Matt Ryan gives back to the village, and hopefully Michael Penix wins the Super Bowl and he starts giving back to the village. We can't depend on all these other guys from other franchises to give back to the village because they don't care about the Falcons. They don't. Matt Ryan cares about the Falcons. Michael Vick cares about the Falcons. Roddy White cares about the Falcons. Julio Jones, I'm not sure. But it's people who have vested interest in the team who will do this without sending you an invoice. Matt Ryan ain't finna send Raheem Morris no invoice. He wants to see this. He wants to see the franchise get to the top of the mountain. All the rest of these guys that we're naming, like, bro, I'm gonna send you an invoice and I'm just gonna say, yeah, man, do this, do this, do this. I don't really care about no damn Falcons. Fuck y'all. They don't have an invested interest in us.
the vested interest part is something else. Okay. But I thought our main discussion was who would be a good mentor for him, invoice or no. Okay. Hey, if there was someone that I could pay to do that, I'd still pay him. I still pay him. But like I said, Matt Ryan, in my opinion, Matt Ryan, from what I've seen of Michael Penix already, there's very, 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 very little that Matt Ryan can tell him that he doesn't already know or can find out from Warren Moon.
But
Now,
John,
like I said,
what, how, and why do you think Warren Moon cares about making Michael Penix a better player?
now like I said, from what I've been hearing, and I got two sources on this, that Warren Moon is his mentor right now.
Okay, so what?
Okay,
hold on. That takes me back to what I said 45 minutes ago. What has Warren Moon accomplished that Matt Ryan hasn't? Nothing.
He's won championships.
No, he never won a Super Bowl.
No, I mean, there are a lot of NFL quarterbacks that never won a Super Bowl, but they've won championships.
But never won a Super Bowl. Wait a
minute. Is an NFL championship less important than a Super Bowl?
Yes, in 2025.
No.
Yes, it is. It is.
No.
Yes, it is. Like when you say Warren Moon and Doug Flutie, like, okay, y'all won them sidebar championships in the B League of the NFL. All right, that's cool. But did you win a Super Bowl? That's all people care about.
No. I said NFL championships.
I know it. That's what I'm saying.
From the beginning of the league, from the 60s, with the AFL.
They never won a Super Bowl.
But see, wait a minute. You can't are you disqualifying or minimizing championships?
Yes.
No, you can't do that.
Yes, I am.
No.
Super Bowl.
How is a Super Bowl more important than a championship between two opposing leagues, not two opposing conferences in the same league, but two opposing leagues?
That's not a Super Bowl.
I know it's not a Super Bowl, but you cannot devalue a championship.
Yes, I can.
John, hold on. Let me jump in. Hey, John, do you think the championship the Globetrotters play is on the same level the championship of the NBA?
What Globetrotter championship are you talking about?
I'm just saying, if the Globetrotters play a championship, I don't know if they do. I'm just saying, if the Globetrotters, they're a basketball team.
I'm trying to think if the Globetrotters were ever an NBA team. I'm not sure that they were ever an NBA team, so I can't answer that.
But that's his point. Like Warren Moon never won a Super Bowl.
But wait a minute. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that a Super Bowl championship, and the Super Bowl is only named that because Pete Rozelle decided to call it that, but it is the championship game of the league. You had championship games of the National Football League
merger.
After the merger and before the merger. And before the merger, there were two different leagues that played a championship game between those two leagues, and they were the champions of the world. And like I said, the Super Bowl is only named the Super Bowl because it is a name that they put on the championship game. Okay? And a Super Bowl does not hold, in light of that, since the Super Bowl is a championship game, it can't hold more weight than a championship game because the Super Bowl is nothing more than a name. It's turned into a icon, but it is the name of the championship game to determine who is the world champion, just like those championship games a long time ago. So my thing is that, okay, even though the Canadian Football League, he's won Grey Cups in the Canadian Football League. This man is a champion. He's won championship game in another league. Okay, and before you start, before you even think about it, no, it's not like the USFL. No, it's not like the AF, all them other old bougie leagues. No, don't even come with that.
He won arena league championships. Go ahead.
Yeah. See that? No, it ain't no arena league football they playing up there. Now the rules are different, and the rules are crazy, whatever. And
Yeah.
plus the fact, by virtue of him winning that game with that wide field or whatever, those yardage stats are even more impressive that he has up there. Okay, so that's why I say that his championships put him above Matt Ryan, because Matt Ryan has never won a championship. He's won the
Oh,
NFC championship. He's done
okay.
that.
So according to your sources, if Warren Moon is mentoring Michael Penix and Matt Ryan is mentoring Michael Penix, what's the problem?
Get rid of Matt Ryan, because there ain't
Oh,
nothing he can learn from Matt Ryan.
oh my God. We gonna have to continue this on the eye test on Wednesday. We got one
Oh
more.
yeah, we will.
Yeah, we got one more segment before I let you gentlemen get out of here. We hadn't had a chance to talk about this as a collective, but Julio Jones retired about a week ago or so. He had his retirement speech. He's an all-time great. In my opinion, he's probably the most impactful Falcons player, in my opinion, that I saw in my lifetime. But I do want to ask y'all this before we get out of here. He did not mention the Atlanta Falcons in his concession speech, John. So I want to know: do you guys feel any kind of way about that? I want to. If he's still here, I want to start with James because he has the Alabama bias. Julio is a roll tide guy, so I want to give James the opportunity to speak on this. James, if you still with us, do you feel any kind of way that Julio did not mention the Falcons personally in his retirement speech?
Honestly, I don't.
Explain.
Um, he he didn't thank Arthur Blank or he didn't thank the organization, but he did thank the players that he played with within the organization as a Roddy White, Matt Ryan type ordeal. Um, do I think he should have mentioned them? Of course, because that's the organization that he drafted. But I really don't feel no type of way about it. I kind of knew it was gonna be expected with that. That's why I don't feel no type of way because of the way he left, supposedly. So, with that being said at hand, yeah, I don't feel no type of way about it.
Okay, James, I got to put you on the hot seat. Julio put on, for some reason, Julio done found social media again, and I saw him make a video about his retirement. Then he made a video about him being in Tuscaloosa tomorrow, or actually today. He's replying to all his fans, so he's gonna be in Tuscaloosa doing a fan event, meeting with fans and signing autographs. So, does it make you feel any kind of way that he's really embracing? And James, you got to look past your Bama bias now. Does it make you feel any kind of way that he's embracing Bama and somewhat slighting the Falcons at the same time, James? You gotta look past that Bama bias now.
Man, let me get up for this, man, because like you trying to
Let's
make me
go.
put my Bama by as a Falcon fan. Excuse me, I had it. That's a tough question. Um, that's a tough question, yeah. But it still goes back. In, in a sense, you can say that, Titus. You really can because for the simple fact it is, you got to look at how they got Julio for one. How they got Julio for one. What they gave up to get Julio. So you can feel some type of way about that. But yeah, you're right, Titus. You're right. I'm gonna put my Bama bias aside. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
All right, and I'm
I,
gonna
I
say,
if
go
I
ahead,
was
James.
on the blank, if I was on the blank, or I feel some type of way
All right,
because
I'm
of
gonna.
I invested in you.
My bad, James. Go ahead.
I said because what I invested in you and how I took care of you all these years in Atlanta, and just the thanks I get.
with that said, James, I want to ask you this: as somebody that I know has a lot of knowledge, like yourself in football, do you think is a do you think there is a way that Julio and Arthur Blank can can come to a common ground and talk and like let bygones be bygones? This time last year, Matt Ryan was getting his 1 year, 1 day contract with the Falcons. I'm gonna be honest, like I didn't like the fact that Julio was not present for Matt Ryan's 1 day contract ceremony, but I'll be a fucking fool to say that Julio was not one of the most important players in Falcons history, and he deserves to get all his accolades. Is there a way that they can come to some kind of common ground and he can be in they can come to some kind of agreement like, hey man, like you that guy. Like we need you to sign the 1 day contract. Is there any kind of leeway, James, that they could come to a common ground and say, hey man, like we can't write the chapter on the Atlanta Falcons without the Julio Jones chapter.
Yeah, again, if Julio could put his pride to the side, it ain't on blank at this point. If that's the case, when Julio retired, they would have never put no videos up or no pictures up or things like that of that nature. Because if if Arthur felt some type of way, that shit when it went up. Let's just be real.
True.
So it's Julio. He gotta get out of his feelings. I'm gonna be real about it. He gotta get out of his feelings and just say, hey, let me have a sit down with Arthur. Let me express how I feel at that time. And he may have to reiterate some things that he told Arthur in that meeting, in that supposed meeting that they had, and hash it out. It's Julio. It's all on Julio at this point.
True, very true. And
Well,
like you
can,
say, James, putting his
can,
pride to the side. Again, you can't write a chapter on the Falcons without Julio Jones, man. I just hate they in this pickle that they in right now, and I hope.
hey, Toddy, can I jump in?
Yeah, go ahead, Coach.
First off, let me get this PSA. This is coming from Coach. This is coming from Andre Davis. This is not coming from the eye test. Mr. Quintorius Jones, you are in fact a sucker. Straight like that. How in the hell did the Falcons and the Falcon fan give you years of praise, years of our money, years of our attention, years of our life? The Falcons never once didn't even blink to pay you. The Falcons never once treated you like you was a second class player. They always held you up to the highest of esteems, and you retire and basically spit, piss, and throw the middle finger to the Falcons. If I could say what I really want to say, boy, I'll light into your ass. If I'm saying anything wrong, don't go to the eye test like you did with the tweets. Come to me straight up. You are in fact a hoe ass bitch ass sucker. Straight like that.
Hey,
Fuck Julio Jones.
say what you want to say, Coach. Unfiltered, man. It's 4 o'clock
Fuck
a.m.
him.
on so.
Straight like that. Fuck you, dude. How the audacity, as the old folks say, the unmitigated gall to you to retire and basically throw a middle finger to the Falcons? The Falcons? Come on, bruh. You ain't never once not been paid. You ain't never once had to fight for a contract. Them niggas always paid you when you wanted to get paid. Like they made you wait the last time because they was trying to give you the max money, move some shit around, but they gave you max bread. Like how it man, fuck him, dude. They better not put me personally, don't put him in the ring of honor. Fuck him. Throw his shit in the trash.
Mm. Hey, Coach, I feel you, bro. Hey, I feel you, dog. I feel you. I can't say that you tripping. I feel you. John, Winston, Red, y'all want to jump in on this?
I mean, long story short, like we let you out. You went ring chasing. You didn't succeed at that goal. All right, it's time to let bygones be bygones, man. Time for you to come home.
What is he even mad at? What is he mad at?
Because he didn't get that last extension like he wanted. We paid Matt instead of paying him. The money won't
We
right.
pay,
That's why he dipped. So then he said, he left. He went to Tennessee because, quote unquote, he thought he would have been the missing piece for Tennessee to get over the hump. All right, that ain't work out. You went to Philly. That ain't work out. All right, you right now you just like right now you you acting like a salty female. Like you got to get over that, bro. Like,
John
you put you
Winston
in
and
position, huh?
go ahead. My bad, Winston. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I mean like you done had a Hall of Fame career. You had a Hall of Fame career. Can't nobody take that away from you. 9 times out of 10, you'd be a first ballot. No problem. Ain't got no issue with it. But like, bro, like you did, your career is remembered by what you did in Atlanta. Don't nobody think about what you did in Tennessee. Don't nobody think about what you did in Philly. In Atlanta, man, that got to be water on the bridge by now, man.
And Coach, to answer your question, from what I was told by somebody in his circle, he was upset about the blank that he requested a personal meeting with blank that he did not get until it was too late, and that's when he requested to be traded. So that's the word that I got, and he's been mad ever since because he did not get the attention of the front office when he wanted it on his time. And let the record be known that Kirk Cousins did not get a personal meeting with blank either. So it seems like getting a meeting with the owner is pretty tough, but that seems to be what upset Julio.
of
Uh,
fucking course it is. He's the goddamn owner of the team. Like, man, hey, look here, bro. Look here, man. And that's why I prefaced it by saying this is me. This ain't come because I remember you caught the smoke last time from his family members on some shit that I guess you had said, if I remember correctly. But again, bruh, man, hey man, get the sand out your clit, dog. Like, come on, man. This is the owner of a football team. Not only that, he has multiple businesses. You ain't supposed to be able. Name me one employee that can go and sit down with the goddamn owner when they want to. You can't do it. I mean, it's not how the world works. So go sit your bitch ass in the corner, cry about it. Fuck you in Atlanta. Take his shit off the wall. Take his shit out of the stadium. Fuck Julio. Excuse me. Matter of fact, we're going to retire that name. Fuck Quintorius Jones. Fuck him. Ain't
all
no
right,
Jet. Ain't no Julio. You Quintorius, bitch.
hey John, jump in here, man. Like how we feeling about Julio right now, man? He made a point not to mention the Atlanta Falcons by name during his retirement speech. Do you think he was being petty, or do you think, hey, it's no big deal?
When you omit a name and a uniform that you wore for a long, long time, that's worthy of note. And until you said something right then, Tidy, I really didn't have any knowledge as to what the big problem was where Julio didn't want to, come to Matt Ryan's or Arthur Blank's uh,
Ring of Honor.
retirement ceremony, Ring of Honor ceremony, whatever. I, I'm, I would like for somebody to grab a hold of Julio and sit him down and interview him and make him tell it.
He gonna
That's
Oh,
what
tell
I
it
it's
on the
want to
coming
know.
real.
podcast.
It's coming real soon.
Yeah, he gonna tell it on
Man,
the podcast.
I don't
But
even,
that
want
first
to hear it.
episode,
Hey,
that
I don't want to
first
hear it.
episode, I
I,
promise you, they're
I,
gonna go over.
I just that's what I really want to know. And then because see the thing is that there have been players. Well, just like with Michael Vick, your owner was wheeling him around in a wheelchair down on the field. So it's not a situation where Arthur Blank is so inaccessible that he can't talk to you or whatever. And
That was
if
at a
the
game,
hold
John.
on, hold on, coach. And if the time, okay, if the timing was wrong and he couldn't talk to you, I mean, I would think that Julio, hey, the owner can't talk to you right now. Can we set up a meeting some other time? What see, the thing is, there's just a lot of this, a lot of there's just a lot of this that it's been puzzling me ever since it came out. What's the rift? What's the problem? What's the issue? So that's the way I'm feeling about it. I mean, good grief, man. Y'all were together for all this time, and just like Coach said, you got paid all of this money, and I'm just at a loss. I'm just at a
John,
loss. So
John. What I was told is he requested a personal meeting with Arthur Blank. Arthur Blank would not meet with him personally, face to face, until it was too late in Julio's mind. And at that
mm,
point, that's when he demanded a trade. He did the whole Dallas Cowboy hooded thing, and he did the Shannon Sharp interview after he could not get the meeting face to face with Arthur Blank when he wanted it, and he demanded it to be traded, which really pissed him off. So that's what I was told,
mm,
and that's what I have been told. That's what the rift has been with Julio Jones, and that's why he did not mention the Atlanta Falcons by name. He did not mention Arthur Blank by name, but I will give the Falcons credit. They have gone over and beyond, and I think, to be honest, John, I think they have kind of went too far over with celebrating his retirement. Now he should be celebrated. Don't get me wrong. They have been
mm.
doing it all week long. Julio. And at some point, it's like, I'm just gonna say this, John. I really think Arthur Blank was right, because when Julio got his contract, he was never the same player. He got injured, and it was really money that we just wasted because he never lived
Yep.
up to that last contract. He could never stay
Not
healthy.
not only did we waste it, Toddy, in combination with Matt Ryan's, but a big part of the issue is it put us backwards. So fuck him straight up, man. Fuck that dude.
Well, you know what? It kind of remind me of the Kirk Cousins situation. Has some similarities.
It does. It definitely does.
It doesn't to me because Kirk Cousins was here for a year. Julio spent his career of note was spent in Atlanta. Millions, millions, and millions,
Yeah. That's true.
millions and millions of us purchased Julio memorabilia and swag. Millions and millions of us argue with people on a daily on who is the best wide receiver in the NFL at that time and possibly ever, and put his name in it. Millions of us cheered for this clown, and you turn your back. Honestly, I don't care what he has to say, because at this point, it's like the girlfriend that blew up my house and then want to tell me why she did it. I don't give a damn why you did it. Fuck you, go on about your business. Like, nah, man, nah, I didn't like that one bit. The Falcons should never put another video about him up. You did what you did already. Let it go. And
And
and on top of that, real quick, and on top of that, look at Vic. Look at what they did. Look at what our ownership, our team did to Vic. He wasn't even found guilty, and we dropped him. Yet Vic has never held a grudge. Has came back to Atlanta, and been he recognizes Atlanta as his home. This man lost millions, was dropped, couldn't play football, none of that. You wanted out of Atlanta, and we gave you where you want to go, and sent you to where you wanted to go. Vic ain't get none of that. Vic got the axe immediately, and he still comes back. Fuck Quintorius Jones.
I'm gonna say this to Coach's point. I'm gonna say it's the coach's point because coach make a damn good point. Michael Vick and the Atlanta Falcons were in a nasty litigation process, John, and I'm sure you're very aware of that about the bonus
Mm-hmm.
money. And at the end
Mm-hmm.
of the day, Michael Vick and Arthur Blank still have a great relationship. Roddy White and Arthur Blank still have a great relationship. Matt Ryan and Arthur Blank still have a great relationship. Um, Julio Jones, he did not get his way, and it seems to me like he's crying foul. And I just hope soon, with Arthur Blank in his older years, that they can come to a common ground. Julio Jones has always been one of my favorite players for the Falcons. But I'm gonna be honest with y'all, fellas, man. When he said his concession retirement speech, and he made a point not to even mention the Falcons as a Falcons fan, I took that a little personal, man. It's like, come on, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
it's a slap. It's a slap in the
yeah.
face.
Like you really
Yeah.
gonna be this petty, Julio? Not, and you mentioned the Eagles by name. You mentioned all these other teams. You can't even mention the Falcons. Like you didn't even have to mention Arthur Blank. I don't want nobody to think I'm trying to cap for Arthur Blank. But come
Mention
on,
the
bro.
fans. Say something to the fans.
Yeah,
Who man, fuck him.
yeah.
I
It's
take it
like
personally. I take it personally too, Toddy. Like he just kicked my dog. I take it that personal. Fuck him.
right. It's like you don't even mention the franchise, bro. It's like, come on, Julio. You got to get over that, man. Them people at the end of the day, if Arthur Blake didn't want to meet, did not decide to meet with you personally until it was too late in your opinion, he still paid you when he didn't have to pay you, bro. And he gave you $66 million of guaranteed money at the age of 31 years old, and you did not live up to that contract, bro. You owe the franchise a little bit more respect, in my opinion. And I'm on Red. If you want to chime in, or anybody else want to chime in who hadn't had a chance to speak on it, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
I mean, some of this stuff is kind of petty. I mean, at the end of the day, dude, you was a Falcon for the majority of your career. I do think you owe it to us to work it out eventually. I mean, because you're a Falcon. No matter how you look at it, people always look at you as a Falcon. So, yeah, I think Julio is being kind of petty. I'm glad he waited to the end of his career to show this diva behavior than during it. Because, man, I probably have a different opinion. But still, at the end of the day, yeah, I think he should work it out with the organization. Just like I say, I don't know why he acting like such a little B right now, but you know,
Nah, don't
yeah,
sugarcoat it,
I
Red.
think he is
You
kind
spaz out for everybody else. Say it. Don't sugarcoat it for him. Fuck him.
yeah, he acting like a little biatch right now, man. This some petty stuff, man. This some straight diva receiver stuff. Uh, like I say, I understand some of it, but still, at the end of the day, shouldn't be no grudge, man. The Falcons and Julio shouldn't be beefing at the end of the day. And this is the bottom line.
Friday, the 11th, from 11:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., signing autographs and taking pictures at Julio Jones Kill for all my supporters and my fans over the years. Thank you. Roll Tide. Yo, I'll be in Tuscaloosa, Alabama this Friday, the 11th, from 11:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., signing autographs and taking pictures at Julio Jones Kill for all my supporters and my fans over the years. Thank you. Roll Tide.
All right, James. Now you got to put your bias to the side. Like Julio doing his thing for Alabama, but still, he really not showing the Falcons their proper respect. So I don't know. I feel some kind of way until this is made amends, and I just want everybody to know I'm not capping for Arthur Blank. Arthur Blank is a multi-billionaire. He got more money than I'm probably gonna ever make ever in my life and ever see in my life. But at the same time, like Coach was saying, bro, like Julio, when you was here in Atlanta, bro, you was a king of us, man. Like we roll with you over Matt Ryan. We roll with you over anybody, Dion and Vic. But I mean, like you're not really showing the franchise their proper respect. And as a Falcons fan, I'm gonna ride with the franchise until I don't ride with the franchise. So I just don't like to see this, y'all. I just don't like to see this. I'm gonna pass the mic to y'all, before we get out of here.
so the thing is like Yeah, Julio. It was kind of shocking to me because Julio has been the type ever since Alabama that carried what he carried his character in a certain way that you were like, oh, okay, he ain't gonna never, have no drama behind him. He ain't gonna never, be that type of person that gets in his feelings. And that's from when he was at Alabama because Nick Saban wasn't gonna let him be in his feelings. He was gonna make a man out of it. So to see Julio to act the way he acts on my Falcon side, it pisses me off. You know what I'm saying? I don't have no Bama bias. If I was sitting next to Julio right now, I would say, man, cut this shit out.
Preach.
Cut this shit out, bro. For real. I'll go to his Kia store where he gonna be at tomorrow and today and say, man, cut this shit out, man. Go ahead and tighten this shit up with Arthur Blank. You know Arthur Blank cared about you. You know Arthur Blank. He would have never gave up the amount of draft picks just to go get Julio if he ain't want him in a part of the organization. If he didn't see Julio from the time they interviewed and everything like that of that nature during the draft process when Julio was coming out. So Arthur Blank cares about Julio. He just want him to cut this shit out and come holler at him
bro.
at the end
He
of
knew
the day.
that. He knew that when he said he'll be a Falcon for life. Like, my bad. Go ahead, Jack. I,
Yeah.
But no, you're right, coach. You're right. As a Falcons fan, bro, it's like, come on, bro. Like I know you saying you doing this for the city and everything, but like, we Falcons fan, we gonna roll with the franchise, bro. So if you kind of slick shit on the franchise, you kind of slick shit on us at the same time, bro. Like,
yeah, for sure.
go ahead.
Yes,
Right,
yes.
like this petty, bro. You done retired. Arthur Blank is, he's old. Like, man, go ahead and make this shit right, bro. And like, stop putting this wedge between you and the franchise, bro. Come on, dog. Like Arthur Blank done paid you over $100 million, bro. Come on, dog. Hey, this shit is
Toddy, just think about it like this. Even if he want to go the whole route and have an issue with Arthur Blank and the actual organization of the Falcons, the fact that you didn't open your mouth and say, you know, much love to my Falcon fans or something about the Falcon fans, yeah, nah, bruh. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on, dog. Like, what do you mean? Like, even if the Falcons, you have an issue, honestly, I don't even care about his issue with Arthur Blank. Whatever. Do whatever you feel you need to do. My issue is you didn't address us fans. And as a fan, I take that to my core because I eat, sleep, and bleed the red and black. So when you just tell me fuck you, then shit. If it's fuck me, you know it's fuck you. Straight up.
well said, Coach John. That's the triple OG of the panel. We're gonna let you have the final word before we get out of here. Go ahead and finish this off.
Like I said, I would want to just kind of like James said. Hey man, y'all need to sit down and have a convo, talk heart to heart, whatever. Find out what the problem is, solve this thing, and come Tidy, you muted me. Can you hear?
Oh, you back? You back? You
You
back?
bet.
Yeah, we can
Go
hear you.
ahead, John. My bad. Go ahead, John. My bad. Go ahead.
No, you muted again, John. All right, there you
Go
go.
ahead. Go ahead,
Oh,
John.
okay. Yeah, I would definitely say, hey man, what's going on? Hey, 'cause I'm just really flabbergasted, as old folks say. I'm beyond words. Julio, and I would never have imagined that anything would have happened to the extent that has happened, where somebody like Julio, like Coach said, been paid all this money without any type of complaints, um, been touted as the best wide receiver that we've ever had, and arguably the best wide receiver in the league for many years, being compensated as such on demand. That we would be at at this right now. I man, I, man, So hey, work it out, gentlemen. Julio, you only 100 miles away from Atlanta. Bring your ass up here and let's talk about
Well said, John. Let's talk about it. Well, I'm sure we'll continue this Wednesday on the eye test at 10 p.m. Y'all make sure to tune in. I'm sure me and John will keep debating about Matt Ryan being the mentor of the Falcons this coming Wednesday on the eye test at 10 p.m. So make sure that you all subscribe because I will be there this Wednesday to argue with John Harris about this. Before we get out of here, let's let
it.
everybody know where they can find
Like
you.
I'm
Everybody at
scared.
my man Red. Let everybody know where they can find you at on social media, and then let everybody know where they can find you at everywhere. What you got going on, my brother?
All right. Well, y'all know what's going on tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. Real and real. Saturday thing going up again, 11 a.m. Facebook, YouTube, and y'all know where I'm at during the week. Red Red Roads, Facebook, I test on Wednesdays, Waffle House on Friday. I'll just be chilling this weekend. Probably take care of them taxes that I ain't take care of, and uh, and probably the
Don't
NBA
mention
season don't
Texas.
wind down. So I'll probably just take it easy the weekend, just kind of run a few errands and really just kick back, man. Probably check out a few action movies. Mhm.
All right, and also my brother Winston, bro. Let everybody know where they can find you at. Let everybody know when the next show is coming up, bro.
Yep, yep. Uh, Winston Thorne, one half of the eye test with my brother John. Catch us on Facebook, the eye test, on Facebook group, on YouTube, the eye test. Show Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Start off talking Falcon football. Ain't no telling where the conversation gonna go, but you're gonna enjoy the ride. Appreciate you having us on there tonight, on Tyler.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for coming on. I appreciate it, bro.
What's up?
Coach, let everybody know where they can find you. What you got going on, my brother?
Yeah, man, it's Coach Davis. Here soon. Things have calmed down, so I think I'm gonna try and get my show off the ground. But until then, you can catch me wherever there's Falcons talk. I'll say, follow my lead or go sit in the corner. We not having no bitch assness this year. So hashtag no bitch assness. Hashtag fuck that sucker. Hashtag Julio kiss my ass. God damn it. And oh yeah, rise up.
Rise up, my guy. Also, James Holloway, my brother. Let
Oh
everybody know where
man,
they can find you at on social media, bro.
Man, I'm trying to hold my lap to him from Coach ass, man. Coach, you crazy as hell,
God,
man.
For real.
I
Coach
don't
on
like
one
that
mic.
shit, bro.
Man, you can catch me. You can catch me mainly in Atlanta Bird Gang throughout the week. I test on Wednesdays and just mainly James Holloway on Facebook. If you want to follow, you can catch me in the Bird Gang, getting an eye test, dropping those articles in there, and my stuff is still coming soon, huh?
Also, James, let everybody know you where you represent from, bro.
I'm from the SIP, man. I'm from Mississippi, 601. I'm in Saints territory, so I rep this shit to the core. You know, this Falcons shit run deep. it's tatted on me. So you know I love it. I love this rise up in me. So y'all be blessed, man. Peace and blessings to the ones in the panel, and peace and blessings to the ones that's watching.
Proper. And that's our brother James Holloway. And also make sure to check us out on Wednesday, 10 p.m. at the eye test. If you're not already following the eye test, make sure that you do subscribe to the eye test. We are live every Wednesday at 10 p.m. And I'm looking forward to arguing with my triple OG, John Harris,
Hey,
this
hey, Toddy.
coming Wednesday. Go ahead, Winston.
Hey, one more thing, man. Prayers going
Oh
out
yeah,
to
yep.
the Dixon family and the Johnson family. They they lost a patriarch and a matriarch this past week. So prayers to them, let them know, they're in our hearts, they're in our prayer.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought it up, Winston. Also, prayers and condolences to the Johnson family, our brother Uncle Steve, also our brother Larry from the Dixon Way, and John. I'm gonna let you speak on that, and also speak on where they can find you at every week on the eye test. And again, rest in peace to Mrs. Johnson. That's Uncle Steve's mother, and also Mr. Dixon, which is Larry's father, John. So if you want to speak a little bit further on that, please do. And also, before you get out here, Larry, let everybody know they can find you as well.
Yes. I had the pleasure, oh man, the distinct pleasure of knowing Uncle Steve's mom. Matter of fact, I knew her before I knew Steve and his brother Ron. And man, she was, as the old folks say, one of those salt of the earth people that always helped you out. And she was one of the people that helped raise me, because all she had to do was just, and it was over with. That look sometimes help you straighten out. Someone that you could talk to, someone, like I said, would help you out. Um, I mean, she's going to be sorely missed. I didn't have the pleasure of knowing Larry's dad, but knowing Larry, I knew he was a hell of a man, because Larry is a salt of the earth type of guy. Um, and, you could tell he was raised right. And as far as where you can find me, the show, the eye test, along with Winston, Coach when he comes in, Red, and James, and Tidy, which I'm looking forward to matching brain cells with. Um, we will be there Wednesday night, 10 o'clock. Please tune in. As Winston says, hey, we may start out here and we'll end up there, and you will enjoy the ride from here to there. So, and like I said, like Red said, Tidy, appreciate you having us on. Appreciate you having the Waffle House tonight. Whenever you decide to have another one, we'll be here ready to order something.
That's right.
Yes, yeah, and that's our OG John Harris. And also shout out to the eye test, 10 p.m. every Wednesday. So if you're not subscribed, make sure that you are subscribed to the eye test. May start off with Falcons football, and we may end in Alaska. You never know. So tune in. Also, shout out to James Holloway, our brother. Be on the lookout for his show. Also, shout out to our brother as well, Coach Davis. Look out for his show as well. Gentlemen, I want to thank everybody for coming in on this impromptu Waffle House. I will try to be more consistent. Shout out to Red also, Rev and Ron show every Saturday at 11 a.m. So make sure to check them out in a few hours there as well. Gentlemen, I want to bid adieu to everybody. And I hope you all have a blessed weekend. We are officially out of here. Gone.
Gone.
Bye bye.
Out.
Peace,
All right,
gentlemen.
fella.
Gone.